Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks unto the God of gods, for his mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord of lords, for his mercy endureth forever. To him who alone doeth great wonders, for his mercy endureth forever. To him that by wisdom made the heavens, for his mercy endureth forever. To him that stretched out the earth above the waters, for his mercy endureth forever. To him that made great lights, for his mercy endureth forever. The sun to rule by day, for his mercy endureth forever. The moon and stars to rule by night, for his mercy endureth forever. To him that smote Egypt in their firstborn, for his mercy endureth forever. And brought out Israel from amongst them, for his mercy endureth forever. With a strong hand and with a stretched out arm, for his mercy endureth forever. To him which divided the Red Sea into parts, for his mercy endureth forever. And made Israel to pass through the midst of it, for his mercy endureth forever. But overthrew Pharaoh and his hosts in the Red Sea, for his mercy endureth forever. To him which led his people through the wilderness, for his mercy endureth forever. To him which smote great kings, for his mercy endureth forever. And slew famous kings, for his mercy endureth forever. Sihon, king of the Amorites, for his mercy endureth forever. And Og, king of Bashan, for his mercy endureth forever. And gave their land for an heritage, for his mercy endureth forever. Even the heritage unto Israel his servant, for his mercy endureth forever. Who remembered us in our low estate, for his mercy endureth forever. And have redeemed us from our enemies, for his mercy endureth forever. Who giveth food to all flesh, for his mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks unto the God of heaven, for his mercy endureth forever. Hallelujah. First of all, I'd like to give him honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and a God of iniquity, just and right and see. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eliezer, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, mother in Israel. I say unto you, the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Kag Mazot Shalom.
Kag Mazot Shalom Lekah.
I'm going to Deuteronomy 5.
Deuteronomy chapter 5.
It says, a wise man reflects into himself. I said, a wise man reflects into himself. A wise man corrects himself. So a wise man is who? A wise man is one that performed the commandments of God. I said, a wise man is one that performs the commandments of God. A wise man is one that don't pick and choose. Right? So now, the first place a person would look when he is seeking God, first is inside himself. Okay? First is inside himself. And while seeking God or inquiring God never stops. So self-reflection never stops. You know what self-reflection is? Self-reflection is when you search yourself concerning your faults. Self-reflection is searching yourself, looking
for where using the laws, commandments, and statutes and the ways of God, their lifestyle, their customs, their behavior, and you compare it and align it with yourself. And this is how the only way we can determine whether you're right or wrong, whether you're good or evil, whether you're wicked or ungodly. Why? Because when we don't align and compare the ways and the customs, the behavior patterns and the mannerisms and the customs of our forefathers to match yourself, then you're going to do these things using your own mind frame. You're going to do these things looking at it with the mentality that is not a mentality of our forefathers. Right? So the first place a person will look when he is seeking God is inside himself, by asking God to show them the truth. Because if God don't show you, you ain't gonna find it. I don't care how much you read, how much you pray. Your ways have to be acceptable by God in order for God to open your eyes towards what is right, towards what is holy, towards what is accepted, towards what is hated and despised. But not everyone find. So when a person seeks, everybody don't find the God of Abraham. Everybody don't find the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Some of us is led towards Christianity. Some of us is led towards Islam. Some of us is led towards religion. Religion is an Anglo-Saxon word, which means what? Regulato. To hold each person back from the truth. All right? This is not everyone's destiny. This is not everyone's paths. This is not everyone's direction in life. Some, the Most High has guided towards the serving of idols and deities. And some find the God of Israel. So we have to really understand and wake up and realize that this is not a mistake. This is not a mistake while we're sitting here. Because the Most High had to find some good in a person to lead that person towards what is right or towards the truth. Now, how you elevate and progress in this life determines on your lifestyle and what you do in this present life after learning who God is. What work you put in, how much work you put in towards righteousness, towards fulfilling the commandments and the laws and the statutes of God. Okay? So, when we sin against God, it creates flaws. These are the things that create flaws. These are the things that create blemishes. These are the things that create blots and blemishes in our spirit, in our character, in one's ethical character are negative traits. Negative traits, right? That leads a person to making negative decisions. The reason why my decisions doesn't match the decisions of God is because my character is flawed. I have negative traits within me. Okay? Or taking actions that deviates from accepted moral principles. Deviate, anything you deviate from, you turned away from it. Means that you turned away from it. Let's read Deuteronomy 5.
Deuteronomy chapter 5. And Moses called all Israel and said unto them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and judgments which I speak in your ears this day, that ye may learn them and keep and do them. The Lord our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. The Lord made not this covenant.
Read that verse over. Verse 1.
And Moses called all Israel and said unto them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and judgments which I speak in your ears this day.
Which I speak in your ears this day. Directly out the mouth of God. The laws of God were spoken. These laws, commandments, and statutes were spoken directly out the mouth of God. There was no man that could have came up with these laws, commandments, and statutes. So when you discipline and train yourself to disagree with what the law reads or what we read from this book, you are disagreeing with God. You're disagreeing with God. You are not in agreement with God. You are not compatible to God. You have not aligned your ways and your customs and your traditions and your practices with what God says. And how do I compare myself to God? By reading the book. Your behavior patterns have to match the godly and the pious behavior pattern. Your customs and your traditions and your thinking pattern have to match these godly people in this book. And if it doesn't match, we have work to do. We have work to do. We are all flawed to a certain extent. All of us are flawed. And all of us do have blemishes. You know why? What causes blemishes is when you ain't perfect with God. Is when you ain't whole and complete with God. So we all have shortcomings that we need to work on. So before we die, we have to work on those shortcomings and become complete and become whole and become perfect with God, because it's not something that can't be done. It's not something that can't be done. This is why God speaks about discipline, correction, chastening. Why? Because I'm not going to learn. God ain't coming to none of you, none of us, talking about correcting us. So most of the time, the correction can come from a person. And you have to have the humbleness and the humility in you to acknowledge when you went wrong at. But a lot of us don't have that. We speak on behalf of ourselves and try to correct ourselves, and we have that desire and that feeling to always want to be right. This is why most of the time you have to learn to be quiet and shut your mouth and let the information soak in. A lot of us don't move like that. A lot of us is quick to talk and run your mouth. Okay, let's read.
That ye may learn.
That ye may learn. And what?
And keep.
So you can't keep or fulfill the commandments of God without someone guiding or you're learning from someone. Somebody got to show you. You can't learn yourself. I said you can't learn yourself. You can't learn yourself. You can't listen. The teacher learns from God according to how you live. Moses ain't learned from the people. Moses learned from God. Why? Because he dedicated his life towards God. And God viewed and seen that this man was meek and humble. So he used him to reveal his word to the people. The students have to humble themselves to learn from the teachers. There's a line, there's a protocol. It's protocol. It's called protocol. And even Moses made a mistake. Even Moses made a mistake. And his mistake cost him his life. God told him he can't come into the land. He said, you cannot enter into the land. He said, because you didn't sanctify my name. You didn't sanctify my name. You didn't separate my name in the midst of these people. And Moses begged them. He begged them. He begged them. God told him, don't ask me this no more. Don't ask me this no more. You're not going in. Come on up here in this mountain, and I'm going to show you the land. But you ain't going to set foot in there. I appoint Joshua to lead the people. I say he has appointed Joshua to lead the people. There were other men and elders and people amongst Joshua that had the determination to serve God, but it was only one man that had the qualification to lead the nation. Everybody don't have that qualification to lead a mass of people. Because when you are leading that mass of people, the first thing the mass, that head, have to be is considerate. You have to think about the people. He had to have an eye for the nation. And this is why even when the nation was at fault with God in serving the golden calf, Moses stepped in the way and he pleaded for the people. And according to Moses' word, God backed off and left them alone. And at that point in time, God did not claim them. How can you be claimed by God by doing things that is contrary and opposite from what God says? And these are the things that the so-called Israelites today have to realize. We, as a people, have to realize that. So now you can answer your own question. Are you accepted? Are you not accepted? Next question comes after that. Am I fulfilling everything that I know to be lawful and right in order to be accepted by God? Because we have two things that we need to follow: moral laws and divine laws. It ain't just the thou shalt and thou shalt not. You have moral laws also that coincides and links in with the commandments and the laws and the statutes. So if I acknowledge one, you're going to acknowledge everything that comes after it. Tom Sheep.
That ye may learn them and keep and
That
do
ye
them.
may learn them
And keep and do them.
and keep and do them. The Hebrew word for keep is shamad. Shamad means to guard yourself. That's what shamad means. You can't guard yourself from, what are you guarding yourself from? You're guarding yourself from evil. Evil, wickedness. Where does evil and wickedness resides? Where did it come from? From whence cometh thou? From whence cometh this evil and wicked thoughts? Huh? See, the evil comes to our mind. So before I violate the law, it comes to our mind. It comes here first. It comes here first before I violate. It always comes here first. Go ahead.
The Lord our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. The Lord made not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive this day.
The Lord our God made an agreement with us in the desert. That's what Kodesh means. Kodesh means the desert. We went into a covenant with God while we was in the wilderness, while we was in that deserted place. Go ahead.
The Lord made not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive this day. The Lord talked with you face to face in a mount out of the midst of the fire. I stood between the Lord.
The Lord talked with you face to face in the mount out of the midst of the fire. This was the first time that we met God. Leaving Egypt, Moses brought us in front of God to meet God. So while he's before the mountain, God appeared. And he appeared on that mountain and incinerated the whole mountain range. The next thing the people started to hear the voice of God. They heard God speaking. Go ahead.
I stood between the Lord and you at that time to show you the word of the Lord, but you were afraid by reason of the fire.
So I stood between the Lord and you at that time to show you the word of God, for ye were afraid by reason of the fire. By reason, the Hebrew word for reason is because it means the presence. Panim, it means the presence or face. Okay? Tamshi.
And went not up into the mount, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage.
I am the Lord thy God. Which what?
Which brought thee out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage.
From the house of bondage. From the house of slavery. God was the one that delivered us from slavery. God was the one that delivered us out of Egypt. And God was the one that put us there. He put us there. So your situations that you get into, we have to look on ourselves and ask ourselves, why did God put me in this predicament? What did I do concerning, what did I do that caused me to be in this predicament? That's when a person is able to self-reflect on oneself. Self-reflecting on oneself, being with humility, being able to find fault. Tamshi.
Thou shalt have none other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me. No other. The Hebrew word for other is akare. Akare means to go after. All right? To go after other gods, it means to be in agreement with. Concerning what you agree with. Whatever you agree with will tell me what you're going after. Whatever you agree with will show me what you are following. So agree means what? What does it mean to agree with other gods? To agree with other gods means to accept. If I agree with their type of mentality, this is why I said, when you have the same, that's hedonistic mentality, agreeing, right? It means that you agree with their lifestyle. It means that you agree with their lifestyle and their values because I agree. Because I agree and I have accepted, right? Or have the same view as. So if I accept you, I agree with your actions. I said, if I accept you, it means that I agree with your actions. That is against God. Your opinions, feelings, and your purpose, that is against God. So following after other gods is what? Following after other gods is what? By adhering to their practices. By adhering to their practices, by adhering to their beliefs and teachings associated with other gods, associated or concerning their religions. This is why we was prohibited to be doing anything like unto the manners of the nation. We didn't do nothing the same like them. Everything we did was complete opposite from what they did. Completely different. Completely different. It also means to resemble. And people look at that word and takes it lightly. All right? To resemble means to be like. To resemble means to be similar. Anything you are like, anything you resemble, you will begin to feel attraction towards or pleasure in. So now we have to watch what are our enjoyments. What are our enjoyments? Similar, when you are similar, it means having common characteristics. Characteristics, it means mental and ethical traits. Mental and ethical traits. Your character goes into your mental and ethical traits. Ethical traits are personal characteristics which are unique traits that makes an individual different from others, which defines a person's mentality, how you think, which defines a person's values, which defines a person's beliefs, that aligns with a set of moral principles which guides an individual to make decisions and act in a way that is considered right, disregarding your emotions. What are mental traits? Mental traits are consistent patterns. See, mental traits is concerning your thoughts, concerning an individual, how a person thinks. And you create this mental trait by consistent patterns. I create the way I think, my mental trait or how I think, by doing things consistently. So now you will begin to develop mental traits, godly thoughts, righteous thoughts, right? Are consistent patterns in the individual's behavior, thoughts, and feeling that defines their personality and make them unique. So how you think is what makes you different. Okay? There are internal dispositions such as personality traits and a mindset that influences their behavior and actions. So according to how you think will show in your behavior. According to how you think will show in your actions. Your actions and the things that you do in life shows me how you think. Tom Street.
Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 8. Thou shalt not make thee any graven image.
Thou shalt not make thee any graven image. The Hebrew word for graven image is a fesel. A fesel is an idol. A graven image is things that are engraved. So when you buy clothes, you don't buy clothes with symbols and images. You don't buy clothes with symbols and images. Okay? A graven image also refers to the concept of cult image. Cult image, which is paganism, a human-made object, often a statue or figurines. Figurines are carved or molded figurines or statues that represents a person, animal, or deity. It's an image or likeness of any living thing that God created that has been carved or sculpted. So what is an idol? An idol, or idols are false gods. The definition of idol is also the likeness of something, form, or appearance visible without life. And the Hebrew word that it says a likeness, go ahead and read.
Thou shalt not make thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything.
Or any likeness of anything. So the Hebrew word for likeness is temuna. Temuna, when you look it up, it means pictures. A likeness is also a resemblance. I don't have to go on the Hebrew, right? A likeness, the definition of likeness is the resemblance, okay? It says, or any likeness or any resemblance of anything that is in the heaven above. So now Israelites like to play a game with the Hebrew language. And it says that temuna doesn't actually mean a picture. Okay, forget about temuna. What is the definition of likeness? The definition of likeness is to resemble or resemblance. The resemblance. So I'm not going to use likeness. And I'm not going to use temuna. The definition of likeness means resemblance. Resemblance of anything that is in the heaven above. A resemblance of anything that is in the earth beneath. Or that is in the waters under the earth. So these are things that we have to stay away from. These are things that we can't have. These are things that we shouldn't be having. When we have these things, see, only people that have these things makes excuses. So just cut it off. Cut it off. Make excuses. See, that's our problem. Majority of the people today who claim Israelites or claim to be Hebrews or claim to be Israel, we make excuses for our wrongdoing. We make excuses for our wrongdoings. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not make thee any graven image or any likeness of...
Instead of listening, not to what's the word? Instead of listening to debate. Most of us listen to debate and to go back and forth and to argue. Instead of listening to find out, where did I go wrong at? What did I do that has brought this anger? That's how you be able to self-reflect and make the corrections with yourself and not repeat, not make these things repetitive. The reason why we continue to repeat the same thing over and over is because we ain't searching ourselves to find where we have went wrong at. I'm not going to argue. No, I ain't going to argue. We shouldn't argue and go back and forth. When we hear certain things, when a person has decided to do that which is lawful and right, you listen for the purpose of correcting yourself. Not listen for the purpose to go back and forth and argue and debate.
That's how you learn.
That's how you're going to learn. That's the only way you're going to learn. That's how God said you're going to learn. Tom Sheet.
Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 8. Thou shalt not make thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them. The Hebrew word for bow down is tistakaweh. Tistakaweh means to prostrate. Tistakaweh means to worship. And when you are worshiping God, it's a certain type of submission towards God. Right? Worship is the submission to God out of a heart of fear. Only people that fear and reverence God will submit. That's what brings about submission. Fear and reverence. And when you submit, you don't submit halfway. You don't submit 3/4. You submit 100%. And we do not submit 100%. We're not submitting 100% to God. Because if we submitted to God 100%, then I will be perfect with God concerning his divine laws and his moral laws.
Cover all corners.
You cover all corners. If you are covering all corners, that means you don't sin presumptuously. That means you don't sin presumptuous. Knowing that something is wrong and you still do it. And you can sin presumptuously by not covering God's divine laws, which are thou shalt and thou shalt not, and his moral laws. You can only learn that by reading the book. By reading the book. Let's read.
Verse 9. Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them.
Okay, so submission to God out of a heart of fear and reverence. A heart of awe is an overwhelming feeling of reverence, an overwhelming feeling of respect or admiration for the Creator. It's an extreme form of love for God, for God, unquestioning devotion to God that you don't question what you read. So when we read the book and we question and got all these doubts about what we read, there's no submission there. There's no submission there. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the...
Read that again.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God,
thou shalt not bow down
God.
thyself to them, nor serve them. To serve means to comply to the commandments of God. To serve, when you're serving God, you comply. When you're serving God, you agree to the commandments or the demands of. So God said, there's two things we should be serving. God and our parents. God make demands, and God make his laws. And our parents have their own laws that we don't read about. Our parents have demands. Go ahead.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God.
So part of honoring is servitude. Part of honoring is service. That's part of honoring. That's part of honoring. Go ahead.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. What does jealous mean? What does it mean to be jealous? Intolerant of unfaithfulness. Not tolerant, meaning unwilling to accept. Unwilling to accept of your ways. Unwilling to accept of your patterns that are different from what God said. See, your ways and your behavior patterns has to be aligned and compared to the ways and the patterns of our forefathers. And when your ways and your patterns and your deeds and the things that we do is not aligned and compared with what God says, we're on the wrong path. We're on the wrong path. Faithfulness is when you betray God by going against God, by going against his laws. Tom C.
Visiting the iniquity of the
Visiting
fathers.
the iniquity. Remembering the iniquity. Commanding the iniquity. To hold iniquity. To hold. Iniquity is passed through DNA. That's how you pass iniquity and sin and destruction and corruption down to your seed, determining on the parent. And this is not for mothers. This is for fathers. God never blamed the woman for nothing. The child is going to emanate and show their evil and their wickedness that is embedded in the fathers. So the way the father is how the son going to be. If the father is evil, you're going to have an evil seed. You're going to have a wicked seed. Why? Because the parents only teaches the kids according to how they is. It takes a good man to look towards their child and say, listen, I am this way. And it's wrong to be this way. I don't want you to be that way. I want you to be better than me. I want you to excel and pass. So therefore, that's why the Most High said, when the son is righteous or fulfilling these laws and commandments, God said he's not going to visit the sins of the fathers. He ain't going to visit the father's sin upon that son because he's not following in the path of his father. Go ahead.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. And showing mercy
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. Lesonai means my enemies. So we can become an enemy of God. We can become an enemy of God determined according to your lifestyle, according to how you live, according to your choices, will determine whether you're an enemy or not. Tom Sheep.
Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 10. And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Keep the Shabbat day to sanctify it, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath.
Go back to verse 10.
I'm at 14.
Okay, go back to verse 10.
Verse 10. And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me.
And showing mercy. And showing mercy. Right? The mercy of God is when God chooses not to punish an individual for their wrongdoing, despite being deserving of it. Mercy invokes feelings of forgiveness, and forgiveness leads to the releasing or letting go in order to move forward. So because we are not merciful, this is why we hold on to grudges. That's why we hold on to grudges. A person that is merciful is quicker to let go and not hold on and hoard it than a person that is not merciful. That person will hold on. And then he starts telling himself and voicing things. See, we got to watch the things we voice and say. You know why? Because when we voice certain things that is contrary from what the book said, you straighten the evil and the wicked. We all got evil and wickedness in us. God said that. Don't tell me you ain't got evil in you. God said you got evil. God said you got evil and you got good in you. Some of us got more evil than some. Some of us got more good than some. But it's not for me to look at you and say I'm more good than you and more evil than you. And it's not for you to look at me and say you're more better than me or evil than me, because our forefathers didn't do that. You know who does that? God. God knows the heart of all flesh. And God knows who's on what level, on who's good and who's right and who's evil. Just follow what the book says. Just do this. Just do this. Oh, presumptuous one. Presumptuous. Go ahead.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
And showing mercy to thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. So what is love? Love is action. Love is action. Love is and I can't say common interest, benevolence. I can't say none of that. You know why? Because the book shows you and tells you what word means. Love is action. You show your love through action. You show your love through compassion. You show your love through being considerate and loving your neighbor like you love yourself. You show your love by not doing things to people that you don't like done to yourself. This is why I don't got time to be pointing my finger at you. I don't. I have faults within me that I need to correct with myself. So I can't point the finger at you. What? God ain't saying point the finger. God said correct, discipline, correct, chastise. Now, according to the amount of good that you have in you will determine if that person accepts the correction. And what shows you and tells me that you accept the correction is changes. What? That's what I did? I did this and this and this? That's how you feel? Okay. Okay. The Changes come after. Not rebuttal and going back and forth, especially with your parents. I said, not rebuttal and going back and forth, especially with your parents. They got the last word. Always.
When they talk, everything stops.
Always. They got the last word. Always. Let's read.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. What does that mean? What does that mean? To take God's name in vain. He said, for he will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. There are many ways to take the name of God in vain. You can take God's name in vain in your words, in the things that you say. You can take God's name in vain in your actions. And a lot of us take God's name in vain and don't even know that you're taking God's name in vain.
On a daily basis.
You don't even know or realize that you're taking God's name in vain.
On a daily basis. Right. On a daily basis.
He said, for he shall not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. You know what guiltless means? He said he will not be guilty. He said he shall not be guiltless. The Hebrew word for guiltless is nakwa. You will not be pure. You will not be innocent. You will not be without guilt. Meaning, feeling free from the responsibility of your wrongdoings against God and man. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 12.
Uh-huh.
Keep the Shabbat day to sanctify it, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee. 6 days shalt thou labor.
Wait, read that over.
Keep the Shabbat day to sanctify it.
Keep the Shabbat day to sanctify it. To keep, anything you keep, you observe. Anything you keep, you are on guard. On guard with who? On guard with yourself. And on guard to make sure that your surroundings is in fulfillment of an observance of the commandments of God. So, what are the rules of keeping the Shabbat day? God said no work. No work. No aboda. No milaka and no abad. Abad means to serve. So I don't serve you and you don't serve me. Okay? Work, it wasn't specific on what type of work. That's all work. Whether I'm at work, or going to work, or whether I'm at home. All work is considered. In the book states and talks about gathering. The man got caught gathering sticks and they put him in war. And God said, kill him so you don't gather. In Isaiah 58, it states, you should not be speaking of matters. Right? What is speaking of matters? Speaking of things that has nothing to do with God. Right? Having conversations that have nothing to do with the book. Right? Exodus 16 states, and it says, Hekinu. Hekinu means to prepare, to arrange, to set up. So everything has to be prepared. Everything has to be arranged. Everything has to be set up before the Shabbat comes in. I can't go setting up and arranging things on God's day. So all that has to be done. In Jeremiah, it speaks about carrying burdens. A burden is anything that is carried. It doesn't depict how heavy it is. It doesn't depict how light it is. Anything you carry is a burden. Anything you carry is a burden. So when you're leaving your house, your hands, everything in your hands should be free. Nothing you should have in your hands when you're leaving the house. And these are the rules of the Shabbat. Rules of the Shabbat. Nehemiah shut the gates. Right? It says before it began to be dark. When you look up the definition of dark, it means what? When the shadow was cast. And that should tell you when the Shabbat starts. When the shadow was cast, he shut the gates. So you don't start your Shabbat whenever you decide to start your Shabbat. You don't start the Sabbath whenever you decide to start the Sabbath, because when you read in Leviticus 24, it tells you when to start the Shabbat. This is when God was giving the order to the priest, and he told the priest to set this up and make the shewbread, 6 loaves. And then when you read, it says every evening to the morning, this shall be done. And then it says every Shabbat. So if the Shabbat didn't start from the evening, why did it say every Shabbat? Tom sheet.
Verse 13. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Shabbat of the Lord thy God.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. Read.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work.
In it thou shalt not do any work.
Thou, nor thy son,
your son,
nor thy daughter,
your daughter,
nor thy manservant,
your manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
your maidservant,
nor thine ox,
nor thine ox,
nor thine ass,
nor thine ass,
nor any of thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gate.
So visitors, whenever you decide to visit me, just know you are under the rules of the Sabbath. Just know that you are under the rules of and the commandments of God. You can't come to a person's house and do as you feel. You can't come to a person's house and set up your own rules. That is contrary and opposite from what God says. Go ahead.
That thy manservant and thy maidservant may rest as well as thou.
So the visitors that comes to your house have to follow the rules. Have to follow God's rules. And these rules that we are following are not my laws, are not my commandments. These are God's laws. These are God's commandments. And we was instructed to follow this. Tom Sheep.
And remember that thou wast a servant in the land of Egypt, and that the Lord thy God brought thee out thence through a mighty hand.
Why did God say, remember that you were a servant in Egypt? Remember that you was in the same position. Always remember the position that you was in. If a person remember their past, if a person remembers their past, then you will know and handle situations accordingly. Why I say that? Because it shows, this is emanating and showing that I've been through this. I was a fiend before. I smoked crack and I sniffed dope and I did drugs. So I will be able to emphasize with people that I come in contact with that are in that state. I use that for an example. And when I see that person sick, you're going to empathize and want to satisfy them concerning their sickness. That's what empathy is. You can't serve God without empathy. You can't serve God without empathy. And you can't choose what you want to emphasize and have empathy for. I have to have empathy for all things. I have to consider all things. I have to have mercy for all things and consider all things.
For real?
So when we do these things, and that serves to say that nobody has mercy. Nobody has empathy. Nobody has sympathy. Nobody. You know why I said nobody? Because we choose what we want to have empathy for.
Uh-oh.
We choose what we want to have sympathy for.
Uh-oh.
I sympathize his.
Say it,
And when
brother.
I'm according to my emotions and my feelings, and I get emotionally angry and all that, I don't sympathize that.
Say it, brother.
I don't have no grief for that.
Say it, brother.
And that's everybody.
Say it, brother.
That's everybody.
Say it, brother.
This is why God gave us these laws.
Consider.
This is why God gave us these laws.
Say it, brother.
To be able to correct oneself.
Yeah.
And you use the book to correct yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what this book is used for.
Yeah. Talk about it, brother.
You correct yourself. You don't get emotionally unstable.
Not everybody.
You don't get emotionally unstable. And then when I get angry, guess what?
Yeah. Consideration go out the window.
The consideration go out the window.
Say it.
The love goes out the window.
Say it. Let's talk about it.
Mercy goes out the window.
Let's talk about it.
All that goes out the window.
Talk about it.
So if I consider,
Let's talk about it.
I won't do to you what I don't like done to me. I won't punch you in your nose if I don't want to get punched in my nose. I won't smack you if I don't want to be smacked. I won't punch you if I don't want to be punched. I won't spit on you if I don't want to be spit on. That's why I said we pick and choose what we want to have sympathy for.
And don't need a burden on one mind either.
We pick and choose what we have sympathy for.
Let's talk about it, man. Consideration.
Okay? So let's learn what burden is. Let's learn what burden is.
In all. That's right.
Show me what burden is in the book. When King David was left to handle the flock, he didn't say I was burdened.
You're right. He ain't say that.
Why? Because it's my obligation.
That's right.
Right. And when you felt that way, King David ain't complain.
That's right.
There you go.
That's right.
That's what a burden. They ain't call that burden.
Did it willfully.
The rest of his brothers was in the field.
Come on now.
The only one that was left back, was King David.
No. Go sit down. Go sit down.
There's no shots. You mentioned burden, brother. And I know you're throwing shots at me.
Tom Sheep.
Yeah, I'm at one time sheet.
Tom Sheep.
I am one
I
time sheet.
said be quiet. Teaching. Be quiet. Quiet.
I'm not directing this to nobody.
Nobody. That's what I said.
I'm not directing this to
Teaching.
nobody, man.
It's teaching. Okay.
That's your mentality and how we think, man.
That's right.
I said be quiet. I mean it.
Let's move on, man.
Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 15. And remember that thou wast a servant in the land of Egypt, and that the Lord thy God brought thee out thence through a mighty hand and by a stretched out arm. Therefore the Lord thy God commanded thee to keep the Shabbat day.
Go back.
Just teach.
Go back.
And remember that thou wast a servant in the land of Egypt.
Remember that you was a servant. Remember that you was a servant. Remember that. So therefore, when someone served you, I would acknowledge that I was also in that position. I will acknowledge also that I was in that position. Tom Sheik.
And that the Lord thy God brought thee out thence through a mighty hand and by a stretched out arm. Therefore the Lord thy God commanded thee to keep the Shabbat day. Honor thy father and thy mother, as the
Honor
Lord
thy father and thy mother. You know what honor is? Honor is showing them respect, obedience, being appreciative, and recognizing their authority, and providing when needed, treating them with consideration and high regard. Honor covers a large spectrum. A large spectrum. A large spectrum. Right? It also means to live up or to fulfill the terms or the conditions of. That's what honor is. To fulfill the terms and the conditions of. That's what honor is. Tom Sheik.
Honor thy father and thy mother, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee, that thy days may be prolonged, and that it may go well with thee in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder. Lo tizak. You don't take a life that's not justifiable by God. Yeah. You don't take a life that's not justified by the laws of God. Go ahead.
Neither shalt thou commit adultery.
Neither shalt thou commit adultery. Now, what is adultery? Adultery comes from the word to adulterate. Adultery for a woman is different from a man. And adultery for a man is different from a woman. Adultery comes from the word adulterate. Okay? To corrupt or make impure. You can cut the AC on. Cut the AC on. To corrupt or make impure by a foreign substance. A foreign substance. Okay? So adultery for a man is when you cohabitate with a married woman. And adultery for a woman is when she cohabitate with a man that's not her husband. Adultery, the word adultery or tin'af, it also means to fornicate. So therefore, it covers a larger spectrum, which means if you ain't married, you shouldn't be having no intercourse. You shouldn't be having intercourse. Tom Sheik.
Neither shalt thou steal.
Neither shalt thou steal. No, steal, rob, and deceive. Tom Sheik.
Neither shalt thou bear false witness against thy neighbor.
You should not answer or respond or testify as a lying witness. I say you should not answer, respond, or testify, not knowing the severity of the situation, not knowing what happened or what took place. So if I don't know what took place, I'm going to shut my mouth. If I don't know what took place, I'm going to close my mouth. If I don't know what took place, I ain't got nothing to say. I ain't got nothing to say. Because when we say things negatively or contrary from what God says, then guess what? You have, these are the things that affect your spirit. These are the things that affect your spirit.
Neither shalt thou desire thy neighbor's wife.
To desire. To desire means to covet. Lo takmo means to covet. Low top mold means to lust. Low top mold means the desire. So where does covet come from? Covet comes from a feeling of not being satisfied. You ain't satisfied with what you got. You ain't satisfied with what you have, with what one has, which leads to other negative emotions like envy, jealousy, and then that's when you start stealing. Because I covet and I want things that doesn't belong to me. So what's the difference between covet and lust? Covet and lust is two different things. Covet is when you yearn to possess a strong or wrongful desire for something that belongs to someone else, disregarding other people's rights. You disregard these people's rights. That's when covetousness sets in. Because I'm not satisfied with what I got. Lust is what? Is an intense, often selfish craving for physical gratification. Physical gratification is receiving satisfaction. From who? From your physical actions or sensation. Fulfilling bodily desires. Enjoying sensory experience. Go ahead.
Neither shalt thou covet thy neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox, or his ass, or anything that is thy neighbor. Verse 22. These words the Lord spake unto all your assembly in the mount, out of the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and out of the thick darkness.
He said, these words God spoke to the assembly, to this gathering of people, out of the midst of the fire. Read.
Of the cloud and of the thick darkness.
Of the clouds and of the thick darkness.
With a great voice.
With a great voice.
And he added no more.
And he added no more. Read.
And he wrote them in 2 tables of stone and delivered them unto me. And it came to pass, when ye heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, for the mountain did burn with fire, that ye came near unto me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And ye said, Behold, the Lord our God has showed us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that God doth talk with man, and he liveth. Now therefore, why should we die?
The purpose of God bringing the nation of Israel to Mount Zion, is to instill fear in them. That's the purpose of why God put us through certain things. That's the purpose of why God put us through certain situations. To instill fear in us. Because if you truly fear God, then you won't violate. If you truly fear God, then you won't violate. You won't go against. We don't fear 100% God. We don't fear God 100%. You know why? Because ain't nobody here perfect and whole and complete. True. So we're learning to fear God. And in time, you will fear God. In time, you will be whole and complete. I hope. In time, I will fear God. In time, I will be whole and complete. In time, you will be perfect. Which means what? Nothing happens overnight. Nothing. Some of us just started taking this seriously. Some of us just started taking this serious. But yet, now I'm supposed to be Elisha. No, man. That's not the mentality. A lot of us are just taking this seriously. Kol Yisrael. And some of us ain't even taking it serious. You know why? Because when a person is taking it serious, you're going to put forth that work, man. You're going to put forth the work towards serving God, man. Go ahead.
Now, therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us.
Why should we die? For this great fire shall consume us. Read.
If we hear the voice of the Lord our God any more, then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that hath heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as we have and lived? Go down there and hear all that the Lord our God shall say, and speak thou unto us all that the Lord our God shall speak unto thee, and we will hear it and do it. And the Lord heard the voice of your words when ye spake unto me. And the Lord said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people.
I have heard the voice of the words of these people.
Which they have spoken
unto thee.
They have well said all that they have spoken. Oh, that there was such an heart in them that they would fear me.
You hear this? According to your choices and the words that you voice out of your mouth will determine whether you fear God or not. Will determine if you have a heart or not. And a lot of us we think we got a heart. We think we have a heart. We don't. We don't have the heart that God requires. And the only way to have that heart that God requires is to read the book. The book is going to show us the heart that is accepted. And every time it speaks about the heart, it's speaking about the mentality, the mindset, your thinking pattern. How do you think? How do we think? And then you compare or align the way we think with the way our forefathers think. Go ahead.
Oh, that there was such a heart in them that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them.
And keep all my commandments always, that it may be good with them. So I go through what I go through because I don't keep God's laws always. God put me through certain situations because I ain't always innocent and right with God. So God put me through this to get me back on track. I said, God put me through this to get me back on track. And this is why we go through what we go through, with the hope of us acknowledging our faults and making the necessary corrections with yourself. Tom Sheep.
Verse 30. Go say to them, get you into your tents again. But as for thee, stand down here by me, and I will speak unto thee all the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them in the land which I give them to possess it. You shall observe to do therefore as the Lord your God hath commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. You shall walk in all the ways which the Lord your God hath commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days in the land which ye shall possess. Deuteronomy chapter 6. Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments.
Now these are the commandments, the statutes, the judgments, which the Lord your God commanded to teach you. The Hebrew word for commandments or mitzvah. Commandments or established foundational principles for how we should live. I said commandments or established foundational principles for how we should live and interact with one another. God tells us how we should interact with each other, with one another. And that's the only way to gain God's attention. And when you are interacting with each other, God is looking at your actions and your words and what you mean by your actions and your words. God knows what you meant by those actions. God knows what you meant by those words. I can't tell you what you meant by those actions and words. And you can't tell me what I meant by these actions and words. But this is the definition of commandments. This is the keeping of the commandments. This ain't my definition. Okay? Mishpat. God's judgment. What is God's judgment? God's judgment is the righteous assessment of your actions. The righteous assessment of your thoughts, and resulting in punishment or reward, and also encompasses human moral discernment. You get that? You don't get that, right? You know what's human moral discernment, man? Look, man, the purpose of reading this book is to change you. And the only way you're going to change, you have to study and put your head in that book. You have to show a desire towards God. And the only way to show that desire and that determination towards God is not by, no. The only way is by reading. Because that's what God commanded us to do. He said, read, so that you may learn to fear God. So that your heart don't be lifted up above your own brethren. Because when your heart is lifted up above your brethren, you say and do things that you shouldn't be saying and doing. Righteous assessment of action, thoughts, and resulting in punishment. I said resulting in punishment. Which means God punishes us for our actions.
According to your ways.
God punishes us for the way we think and our thought process and how we think. Because the way a monkey think was showing his action. The way a monkey think was showing his speech.
That's just man thinking, so is he.
The way a monkey thinks was shown in your actions and speech. Now I know how to deal with you. Because I can't see your heart. The only one that can see your heart is God. God is the only one that can see your heart.
That's right.
God is the only one that knows how you feel, how you truly feel. Because a lot of us
That's right.
hide our feelings.
That's right.
But God knows how you truly feel,
Okay.
what you truly meant,
Okay.
why you said it,
Okay.
why you moved this way.
All right.
But we ain't listening. We don't listen to none of this. We don't listen to none of this. I take my own teachings and put it on myself. I don't need to put this on nobody else. I don't need to put this and inflict this on nobody else. And I follow what I teach. The ways. That's why it's for us. That is the purpose for us to read. So that you can learn how to fear God. What is humility? What is mercy? All these things are godliness. Godliness and piety is a large spectrum. I have to cover a lot to be godly. We have to cover a lot to be godly. We have to cover a lot to be pious. What is righteous assessment? Righteous assessment is what? Is the process of testing. That's what God does. and making a judgment about one's actions and thoughts. You hear this? Righteous assessment comes from God. And he judges us according to our ways, actions, and the way we think. So because my ways, actions, and the way I think is not compatible or aligned with what God says, you say and do things that's contrary and opposite from what God says. Then we start moving in our emotional state. And when we move and do things in an emotional state, you violate the law without even knowing. Human moral discernment. Human moral discernment is the ability to perceive, judge, and distinguish between what is right and what is wrong, between what is good and what is evil, and to understand the ethical significance or implication of the actions and situation. The ethical significance and implication of the situation and actions. It is the cognitive process involving careful thought, understanding, and consideration of consequences, and alignment with established moral principles. I said alignment with established moral principles to make righteous decisions. Tom Sheep.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God, to keep all his statutes and
To
his
keep
commandments,
all his statutes and his commandments.
which I command thee, thou and thy son, and thy son's son.
What verse was that? What?
This
He
is
said
verse
now,
2.
verse 2, stay there. Lord your God commanded to teach you, right? The Hebrew word for teach is lamed. Teach. A teacher teaches a type of behavior through practice and instructions. A teacher makes you know the disagreeable consequences of your actions against God by instructing you by precepts, examples, experience. General rules to regulate your actions and your thoughts. I said general rules that tells you, that regulates your actions and your thoughts. I can't regulate that for you. I have to regulate me. We all got to regulate ourselves. I said we all got to regulate ourselves. Tom Sheep, verse 2.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee.
That thou mightest do what?
Keep all his statutes and his commandments.
Keep all his statutes and his commandments.
Which I command thee.
That thou mightest fear. You know what fear means? No. Fear means to reverence or revere. Fear means to be afraid to offend God. Be afraid to fear God. God commanded us to fear two. He commanded us to fear God, to fear him. And he commanded us to fear our parents. Where's that J back? That J is too close to the name, man. And when you fear your mother, your father, and God, you are afraid to offend them. I said you are afraid to offend them. And if you are afraid to offend them, if you are afraid to offend God, then you won't do things of your own want and will. I won't do things emotionally. If I'm afraid of my parents, I won't do things to hurt them. Right? You'll be careful. Tom Sheep.
Verse 3.
Uh-huh.
Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it,
Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it.
that it may be well with thee.
Now go back to stay at verse 3, my bad. He said, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thou and thy son and thy son's son, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged. To keep means to be on guard. To keep means, shamad means to observe. To give heed to. To give heed to, anything you give heed to, it means to observe and acknowledge, to take actions. If you are observant, then the actions comes after. I said the actions comes after because it shows that you are observant. It also means to be on guard. When a person is on guard, it means to be alert concerning the danger of violations of the commandments of God. To take notice of what is expected of you from God. Tom Sheep.
Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with thee, and that ye may increase mightily.
Hear therefore, or what?
O Israel,
O Israel,
and observe to do it,
and observe to do it.
that it may be well with
That
thee,
it may be well with thee.
and that ye may increase mightily, as the Lord God of thy fathers hath promised thee, in the land that floweth with milk and honey.
He said that it may be well with thee. The Hebrew word for well is yatab. It means to improve. It means to improve. Right? And when we are not improving before God, when we are not improving before God, God backs up from us. But the difference between you, me, us, and Cain was able to perceive. Cain was able to perceive that he was not in good standards with God. And we walk around and live our lives and push our chest out like we right. And this is why my father said he lived his life with a guilty conscience. I said with a guilty conscience, disregarding the things and the laws that he did. He disregarded all that and still continued to live his life with a guilty conscience. What I mean by that? He didn't ride on those things. He didn't ride on that. He said, I still need to do more. 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 Then he started to question himself. Am I doing enough? And that's the question we need to ask ourselves. Are we doing enough? Is it enough to be recognized by God? Ask yourself that. Because I don't even know if God accepts me or not. And the man, God put him through some things. But he still had that mentality. Tom Sheep.
Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God. What verse is that? 5?
That was 5.
Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with what?
With all thy soul.
With all thy soul.
With all thy heart.
And with all thy heart.
And with all thy might.
And with all thy might. Nobody gets that. Your heart, soul, and might goes to God.
That's right.
Everything you got goes to God. Huh? So the love of God is shown through correction. I said, the love of God is shown through correction.
So,
Loving God with all your soul is the surrendering of your will, surrendering your desires to perform the will of God. Constant awareness of yourself. The love of God is constant awareness of self, which means I'm constantly reflecting. I'm constantly searching myself, living out the love of God through your actions. Loving God with all your heart, your will, begins to prioritize the Most High first above everything else. Put God first. That's when you will begin to put God first. Tom sheet, we at verse 5 or 6.
verse 6.
Tom sheet.
And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart.
And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thy heart. Right? Go ahead.
And thou shalt teach them diligently.
So, in your heart, it means ingrained in the mind. Ingrained in the mind. What does ingrained in the mind mean? Right? Meaning your beliefs, your habits,
That's what's ingrained.
or emotional patterns that are difficult to change.
It's an imprint.
I said, ingrained in the mind are your belief, habits, and emotional patterns that are difficult to change.
It's set deep in the
Which means what? This takes work upon yourself. These are things that I have to remove within myself. These are things that I have acknowledged that I can't be this way. These are things that the person has acknowledged that I can't move this way. These are things that a person has acknowledged that I cannot continue to think this way. Because a lot of us move and do things. We move and do things. What are emotional patterns? Emotional patterns are repeated ways of how an individual feels and thinks, which forms their personality, which forms their mindset. Repeated ways of how an individual feels and thinks, which forms their personality and mindset. So your ways tell me how you think. How you feel towards certain things tells me how you think. All these things tells me your mindset.
your opinions.
Go ahead.
And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently
Let's
unto thy
read that over,
children.
shall what? What shall be in your heart?
These words which I
And these
command thee
words
this day
which I command you this day
shall be in thine heart.
shall be your mindset.
That's how you gotta
Which
think.
means you have to compare your mindset to what God says. This has to be your mindset. This has to be how you think. This has to be how you move. And this is when you begin to move that way, that's when you begin to align your actions, your thoughts, your ways, and everything about you with what God says. With what God says. Tom sheet.
Verse 7. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children.
And thou shalt teach them diligently. What it means to teach diligently. The Hebrew word for teaching diligently is shinantam. Shinantam means to inculate, to sharpen, to teach by oral repetition, which means this is something that has to be repeated over and over and over. And when it's repeated over and over and over, I will not hear people say, he say this all the time.
He always teaches.
He always teaches this all the time. Oh, he always saying that. He say this all the time.
That's what they say.
Because God said to repeat it. You're not going to receive or get the fear of God or learn the ways of God or learn these commandments if it's not done repeatedly or spoken repeatedly over and over.
Oral repetition.
And that's what you call oral repetition.
Same way you learn a song.
Okay? To inculate means to teach a certain type of idea. Right? Idea, principles, or habit in God by persistent repetition. By persistent repetition. I don't know why you read, but I read in the same chapters over and over, teaching myself how to think, the ideas, principles, or habits, because I want to think like God. I want to have the same, I want to be able to observe and acknowledge the same principles of God and gain the habits of the godly. And you can't gain the habits of godly men not practicing. Anything you practice is done over and over. Your spirit don't get accustomed to this right away. I said your spirit do not get accustomed to this right away.
That's right. That's right.
Some of us just started. Even being born in the laws of God. Because most of our time doing the laws of God, we played with God.
That's right. That's right.
You look around, you don't see Chief Hooga here. You don't see Prince Hooga here. And then he comes in and out. And then the next I can say you had the Sundown Brothers. Where the Sundown Brothers will appear at night.
An hour before sundown.
An hour before sundown.
That's correct.
And these are the same people that want to look at other people and have a lot to say to people that never missed the Shabbat. Never. My father said, if you miss a Sabbath, you better be dead, in jail, or hospitalized. Now we got brothers that go on vacation on Shabbat. Now we got brothers that take breaks from Shabbat. Now we have Israelite brothers that when they don't feel like coming, they stay home.
Stay to themselves now.
That's not what keeping the Shabbat is. Keeping the Shabbat is having a holy congregation, like what God says. And if you don't have a holy convocation, you are profaning the day. Tom sheet.
And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou
Teach
sittest
them
in thine
diligently
house.
to thy children. Teach them diligently to thy sons, and shall talk of them when what?
When thou sittest in thine
When you
house,
sit in the house,
when thou walkest by the way,
when you walk by the way,
thou liest down,
when you lie down,
and when thou risest
and when you
up.
rise up.
That's all the
The
time.
laws of God is in your mouth.
That's all the time.
That's all the time. That's all day. The laws and the commandments of God is in your mouth constantly. Why? Because anything you speak about repetitively over and over has an effect on your spirit. This is why we got to watch our conversations. This is why we have to watch our conversations. Let's read.
And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand,
And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand.
and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes.
And they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. Okay.
And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house,
And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thine house
and on thy gates.
and on thy gates. Go ahead.
And it shall be when the Lord thy
So
God.
if I come to your house and you don't have the zikrons on the doorposts, what laws you keeping? What laws you keeping? If we hinder and take our time with getting our frontlets and bracelets, then what laws we keeping? What laws we keeping? And that's me. You know why? Because I tend to put laws of God aside. We tend to put the laws of God aside until you get ready. You got to be ready to fulfill everything. And we ain't ready to fulfill everything. We come up with excuses and want God to accept our excuses. We come up with excuses and want God to accept our excuses of why. But God don't care about why. God don't care about why. I have to fit myself in the position of not to be unclean. Not to get unclean. Being able to get to work and come home and still remain clean. So my father said, he said, you can't jump into it right away. He said, you can't jump into it right away because you work. And it won't be wise to neglect your job. That's what my father said. It won't be wise to neglect your job. He said, because if you neglect your job, you'll be a damn fool. Yeah, you'll be a damn fool. You need a job. You need to work. That's why the book said, if you don't gather nothing in your youth, what the hell are you going to have when you turn 80? What are you going to have when you turn 90? So, we got to read Genesis, man. We got to read Genesis. And we look at Genesis like it's weak. Genesis has all the laws in the book and it's spoken about later. You just got to have the wisdom to perceive it. It was acted out first. If I let my parents go in the field and I sit home, that's not honor. That's why the 12 sons was in the field and they worked. And who stayed home? No, not Jacob, John. You know who? Joseph and Benjamin.
Yeah, they too young.
The two youngest ones stayed home.
The father don't work. I'm just saying. Take time.
Let's read.
Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 10. And it shall be when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities which thou buildest not, and houses full of all good things which thou fillest not, and wells dig which thou diggest not, vineyards and olive trees which thou plantest not, when thou shalt have eaten and be full, then beware, lest thou forget the Lord, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God and serve him, and shalt swear by his name. Verse 14, ye shall not go after other gods, or the gods of the people which are round about you. For the Lord thy God is a jealous God among you, lest the anger of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee, and destroy thee from off the face of the earth.
Be afraid of the consequences from violating God's commandments. The problem is, we don't believe. We don't believe that there are consequences for offending God. We don't believe that there are consequences for offending God. This is why we don't do things. This is why we continue to sin presumptuously. So we willingly violate his laws. Which makes us profane. Which makes us common. Just like the rest of the people. Oh, I'm not the same. Yeah, you are. You're the same. You're the same. Oh, I don't do this, I don't do this, I don't do this, but you do that, that, and that. I don't do this, I don't do this, oh, I still on this, but you do that, that, and that.
That's true.
And godliness is not exalting and putting the spotlight on what you do.
True.
That's not godliness, man.
That's true.
That's not righteousness. Righteousness is self-reflection and trying to find fault within oneself so that they can become better. That's what righteousness is. Righteousness is determining what you do after you have offended God or man. So if I punch you in your lip and push your teeth back, knock your teeth out, you better be ready to sit down and let that man punch you. You better be ready to sit down and let that man do whatever you did to him. And until you do that, you're evil. And you're wicked, man. Huh? That's not my words. This is what God says. But we only put a spotlight on certain things. You choosy on what you want to do. What you want to elevate and put spotlight on. Let's read.
Verse 16, ye shall not tempt the Lord your God as ye tempted him in Massah.
Hold that verse. You should not go after other gods or the gods of the people which are round about you. To go after means to have the same view as. When you think the same, your thinking pattern changes. When you think like them, your thinking pattern changes. The things you agree with. When you think like them, your thinking pattern changes to the things you agree and disagree with. Your thinking pattern changes to the things of your enjoyments, of what you enjoy. Your enjoyments is what you are attracted to.
Your satisfaction.
I said your enjoyments is what you are attracted to. So if I'm enjoying this, it means I'm attracted to it. Let's read.
You shall not tempt the Lord your God as you tempted him in Massah. You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord
You
your
shall
God.
not tempt the Lord your God like you tempted him in Massah. Tempting God is when you deliberately disobey his will with the expectation of forgiveness. You want God to forgive you, but you continue to tempt him by going against his will. Tom Sheik.
You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God and his testimonies.
Diligent in keeping God's commandments. To obey God's instructions. With careful persistence and wholehearted effect. Demonstrating a deep commitment to God's will. Rather than a negligent approach. I approach these laws being negligent. Huh? You know what negligent is? I do it when I'm ready. Whenever I get it, I get it. Whenever I make my mind up to do it, I make my mind up to do it. And again, all Israel are still approaching God with a negligent approach. Because if we are not approaching God with a negligent approach, then you will be fulfilling everything you know to be lawful and right, which we are not. So I ain't got no time to be looking at you. I only got time for myself. Make the corrections with myself so that I can be right before God. Tom Sheik.
Ye shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God and his testimonies and his statutes, which he hath commanded thee. Thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of the Lord.
And thou shalt do that which is right. Yashad. And thou shalt do that which is just. Yashad. So now, before I speak, I think. Before I speak, I think. Because I want to speak too quick. Because the things that you say, you may be wrong. You may be wrong. The things that you say, it may not be just. Because a lot of us tend to assume. We assume a lot of things. What?
I thought.
I think. And then we start, when we assume, we already came up with the decisions. And what God said about that? What did God say about coming up with your own decisions, formulating your ideas in your own mind without doing diligent inquisition? What did God say about that? So are we doing law? Now, I already formulated my idea about you, brother. Just in all your ways. You ain't just when we do things like that. You know why? That's what God says. Just in all your ways concerning your actions and speech within the standards of the laws of God. That it may be well with thee. That you may improve. To be better. in order to improve and become better with God, we must be just with God and each other. Justice is when I'm just with God and each other, conforming to what God says. Time sheet.
Deuteronomy 6, middle of verse 18. That it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the good land which the Lord sware to thy fathers.
That it may be well with thee, that you may improve and possess the good land. Which what?
Which the Lord sware to thy fathers.
Which God swore to your fathers. But we ain't going to attain this land without being good with God. To attain and get this land, you have to be good with God. And if you ain't good with God, everything else is out the window. Everything else is out of the window. Time sheet.
Verse 19. To cast out all thine enemies from before thee, as the Lord has spoken. And when thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, what mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which the Lord our God hath commanded you? Then thou shalt say unto thy son, we were Pharaoh's bondmen in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand.
We were Pharaoh's bondmen in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And the Lord showed signs and wonders and great and sore upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household before our eyes. We got to be careful, because your doings can bring wrath on the house. Your doings can bring wrath on the people. And this is why God challenged and went after the whole land of Egypt. And he brought us out from thence, and he might bring us in to give us a land which he sware unto our fathers. Read.
And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is at this day. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before the Lord our God, as he hath commanded us.
Go to Job chapter 10. Job chapter 10. And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God, only for our good. It will only benefit you. It benefits you to serve God. It benefits you to fear God. It don't benefit God. It don't benefit God. Time sheet. Job chapter 10.
My soul is weary of my life. I will leave my complaint upon myself.
My soul is weary for my life. He said, I'm exhausted in strength. Go ahead.
My soul is weary of my life.
I
will leave my complaint upon myself.
I will leave my complaint upon myself. You know what that means? You ain't gonna hear me complain. That's what Job just said.
Good or bad.
He said, you ain't gonna hear me complain, whether it's good or bad.
That's what we do.
But that's what we do. That's what we do. That's what the mama said. Mama just said it. That's what we do. We complain and complain and complain until God wiped out almost the whole nation for complaining. Complaining and murmuring. God hates that. You know what that means? While Job was going through what he was going through, it means that Job took full responsibility. The only thing that will keep you from complaining is when you have taken full responsibility and acknowledgement upon oneself towards whatever it is.
That you're not going to complain about.
Right.
You take that.
Right. It also means self-reflection. You cannot self-reflect without blaming others. If you call yourself self-reflecting and you continue to blame, that's not self-reflection. Again, that's what we do. We blame instead of searching self. Thank God for wisdom. Thank God for knowledge. Thank God for understanding. Thank God for opening my eyes to his ways and his laws and his commandments. That when I read a chapter over and over, I see something different. That's what I'm giving glory to God. And that's what you need God for. That when you read, you are able to see. God open your eyes to be able to perceive and pick out the important part. Fully understand. Because a lot of us read, but we don't see it. We don't see it. Because God ain't open your eyes. Go ahead.
I will say unto God, do not condemn me.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He said, I will say unto God. He said, don't condemn me. Huh? The Hebrew word for condemned is tadashi-ani. You know what tadashi-ani means? It means to condemn. And it also means to convict. Convict, condemned. Convict means to prove guilty. Condemned means complete disapproval of. And that's what Job is asking God. Don't condemn me. Don't convict me. And these are things that we have to ask God. When only a certain type of people with a certain type of mentality would go to God and ask God not to condemn him. Job was godly and he eschewed evil, but he did not bank on those things. He still turned towards God and asked God not to condemn him, even when he wasn't condemned. Even when God did not convict him. That's the lowest. He had no pride in him. He had the highest form of humility in him and meekness in him to still search yourself and say, nah, this is when you tell yourself it's not enough. This is the mentality of a person that has told themselves that what they're doing is not enough.
I will say unto God, do not condemn me.
Listen to the next one.
Show me wherefore thou contendest with me.
Oh my gosh.
Let me see.
Oh my gosh. This man is acknowledging full acknowledgement of his faults. Full acknowledgement of his faults. Asking God to show him where he went wrong at. What did I do to bring this upon me? These are the questions that we have to ask ourselves. These are the questions that we have to ask ourselves in pursuing the laws and the commandments of God. Tamshi.
Is it good unto thee that thou shouldest oppress?
Is it good unto thee that what?
That thou shouldest oppress.
That thou shouldest oppress.
No.
Is it good
Not
unto
good.
thee that thou shouldest oppress?
Not good to the oppressor.
What is oppression? A lot of us oppress, but don't know what oppression is. A lot of us oppress, but don't know what oppression is to be able to stay away from oppressing. In order not to oppress a person, you have to know what oppression is,
I don't do it.
so that I don't oppress.
You have to know.
The first form of oppression is the abuse of one's authority.
First form. That's the first
Okay.
one.
That's the first form of oppression. When you abuse your authority. This is not directed to parents.
No.
Parents can't
Make
abuse
it
their
clear.
authority.
Thank you. Make it clear. Make
I
it
said
clear.
mothers and fathers can't
They
abuse their
cannot
authority.
abuse their authority.
Okay.
Has nothing to do with the
It
parents.
has nothing to do with parents.
Make that clear,
Okay.
wise guys. They'll try it.
But we all can be subjected to those things
That's right.
by abusing
That's
your
right.
authority.
That's right.
I can't abuse my authority concerning my son and my daughters. But there is a law that says, that tells the husbands how to deal with their wives. It tells us not to be a tyrant.
How to be in the house.
It teaches us how not to be a tyrant
That's
in
right.
your own house.
That's right. That's right.
Which means not because this is my possession means I can move the way and act the way I want to act concerning her, because godliness seeps in. Now, I have taken this woman from her parents, from her loved ones, and I have to treat this woman in a way to where she don't, you know what I mean? It's a certain treatment that comes with that.
Environment, everything.
You know, removed her from her environment,
Yeah.
from what she was used
She
to.
has to get used to this.
Oppression is
That
deep,
takes
man.
time. That takes time.
And all that takes time. That's right. Read.
Is it good unto thee that thou shouldest oppress,
Uh-huh.
that thou shouldest despise the work of thine hands?
This is Job asking God. He said, is it good unto thee that thou shouldest oppress? Is it good unto thee that thou shouldest oppress? That thou shouldest despise the work of thine hand? Go ahead.
Is it good unto thee that thou shouldest oppress, that thou shouldest despise the work of thine hands, and shine upon the counsel of the wicked?
And accept the advice,
Accept
accept the
the counsel
counsel of wicked people.
accept their tongue.
Watch the words that you accept from people. I can't just approve and accept everything you say, because for me to approve or accept everything that you say means that I have done away with doing a diligent inquisition without inquiring, without examining the matter, without looking into the situation,
Without making sure.
without making sure.
That's how you make sure. Roll on.
But we say we serve God and we keep law. And I don't sin presumptuously. But when you do that, you sin presumptuously. But we say we don't sin presumptuously. But we say we don't sin presumptuously. You have overstepped your boundaries with God first. First, you overstep your boundaries with God first.
Trust me.
Then you overstep your boundaries concerning your fellow neighbor by doing things, by saying things that you wouldn't like said or done to you. That's what I'm working with. Hey, I can say this. I don't say things to offend people. And that's what I'm on myself with. I'm on myself with how I deal with people. Because that's what God says. These are laws concerning how we deal with each other. I don't say and do nothing to offend you. We say we serve God. We say we do law. We say we do this. I don't sin presumption. Man, watch your mouth. Just be quiet. Just be quiet. Let's read.
Job chapter 10, verse 4.
Uh-huh.
Hast thou eyes of flesh?
He asked God, he said, do you have eyes of flesh? Huh? Do you see how man see?
Nah.
Do you perceive like men perceive? And that's the training of oneself. I don't want to look at things the way you look at it. I'm not looking at nothing the way y'all look at it. I'm not looking at nothing the way people look at it. I look at the situation according to what God said and what I read in the book. So if it don't say it in the book, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm not going to tell you you're evil. And I'm not going to tell you you're good, because I analyze everything I do with the book. That's what I do. And that's what we all need to do. Analyze, to be on the same page, to be on the same side with God. Now the treatment comes after. Now you watch your words and the things that you say and your suggestions. Because I done analyzed everything with the analyzation of God. How God analyzed it, I analyze it. What?
Even your suggestions.
Even your suggestions.
Dig deep.
I said, even your suggestions.
Dig deep, man.
We don't look at all that. Your advice. Your counsel. You gotta watch all these things, man. I told you, Job shows us who we are. Job had ways about him that was magnified in the heavens. God bragged on his ways. God bragged and approved of Job's ways. And when I read Job, you don't read about thou shalt and thou shalt not. Everything you read in Job is concerning your ways.
That is correct.
Everything. That's why I'm inside my room. When they call me, I go inside. King Abba. He said, hey, you want to learn the ways of God? Read Job. You want to learn the ways of God? Read the Psalms. And these are the two things that will teach you the ways. How you are supposed to be accepted by God. How you are supposed to think to be accepted by God. Huh? Tomshi.
Are thy days as the days of man? Are thy years as man's days?
He said, is your days compared to the life of man?
No.
Huh? Are thy years compared to the years of man? Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
We serve the eternal one.
That's right.
Anything, look, the eternal, you know what eternal is? Eternal is everlasting.
Yeah.
No beginning,
Eternal, anything that's eternal has no beginning nor end.
no end. Talk
Never
about
ending.
it. Talk about
He's
it.
forever. He's Leolam.
Yeah.
That's right. That's my God.
That's the God we serve.
That's my God.
Because every deity
Uh-huh.
has a
Has a
beginning
beginning
and an
and
end.
has an
That's
end.
right.
Every
That's correct.
deity has a beginning and an end.
That's
The
correct.
eternal one is not flesh.
No,
God is not
not
flesh.
born of
Right.
man.
God is not born of a man. God didn't come from man. God didn't come from a woman.
Talk about it.
My God is a spirit. He's the God of the spirits of all
All
flesh, of all living.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
Tom Sheep.
right. That thou inquirest after mine iniquity and searchest after my sin.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He said, are thy days as the days of man? Are thy years as man's days? That thou inquirest after mine iniquities. Huh? He talking to God. Huh?
Yeah.
He said, God is inquiring and is searching them out. God searches us out. And according to how God searches us out, will determine what God try you with.
Right.
Right.
How you
Your
test it.
try,
Right.
what God tries you with, your trials, your tribulations is not the same as that person's trials and tribulations, because everybody is fighting certain things that's different within themselves.
That's right.
Everybody is fighting the evil that's in us. Don't tell me you ain't evil, because God said we got both.
Yeah.
God said you have both. And that's the only reason why we have both is determine our choices, what we make in life. It's determine our speech and the things we say. Because you can also violate God by your thoughts. You can also violate God by the things that you said. Moses said one thing, and it stopped him from going into the land. Job's friends were speaking against. And God's anger was, God was angry at their voice.
Yeah, at their voice. Yeah.
So you can say things that will kindle God's wrath against you.
Yes. Yes.
That's why we got to watch our words when you say things.
So quick.
And make sure you analyze the situation according to what God says, according to what the book says. That's how you analyze the situation. Tom Sheep.
Job chapter 10, verse 7. Thou knowest that I am not wicked, and there is none.
Wait a minute. He said, thou inquirest after mine iniquities and searchest after my sin. But the man was sinless. He didn't violate. Because the man who Job is, he extruded evil. And what is extruding evil? What does it mean to extrude evil? Extrude evil means to depart or turn away from that which is unlawful or ungodly. And when you are turning apart from the way that is ungodly, right? I will consider my words and my actions. I will consider my words and my actions, because both ways, both things, you can violate God. Both ways. Both ways. What verse we at?
Verse 7. Thou knowest that I am not wicked, and that there is none that can deliver out of
You
thine
heard what he
hand.
told God? He said, thou knowest that I am not wicked. Only God can determine that. Only God can determine that. That's what that means. I can't determine if you're wicked or evil or good. I can only determine what you are according to what you show me. I can only determine what you are according to what you show me.
Right. That's all I can see.
And that's all I can see. But God tries you. That's why God tries us by the heart.
That's right. You can see.
God tries us by the reins of the heart. You know what the reins of the heart is? The reins of the heart are things that controls you and guides you.
What holds you back?
Right or wrong?
What turns you back?
Whether it's evil or wickedness.
What steers you?
What animates me?
What encourages you?
What animates me? What encourages me?
Gets you excited?
When I hear certain things that's not godly, I don't got excited.
Yeah.
You didn't frown at it, fool. You done did something that was unjust to another person, and this one laughed at it. Those are the reins
Talk about it.
and things that guide you towards things that is ungodly. I'm not supposed to smile and laugh at ungodliness, injustice, and wickedness. Huh?
Frown on.
That's right.
Tom She.
Thine hands have made me and fashioned me together round
He
about.
said, wait a minute. Thou knowest that I am not wicked. How many of us could turn to God and say that? Nobody. How many of us can turn to God and say that? And if you feel you can say that, go ahead, say it.
You better not.
Nobody can say that. Nobody can face the east and say, I am not wicked. And there is none that can deliver out of thine hand. Tom She. Go ahead, read.
Thine hands have made me and fashioned me together round about.
Thy hands have made me and fashioned me. What do you think is going on inside of the mother's womb? Who do you think is fashioning
Form.
and forming that child in the mother's womb?
That's right.
And everything you do, your thought process and your actions
Imprint.
is being imprinted in that poor, innocent child that the mother carries in her womb for 9 months. That's why it's important for the woman. Important for the woman. Watch the man that you marry. And you marry a man that is 100% dedicated to God. And going to deal with you in a fashion or in a way that is godly. That's going to live their life in a way or in a fashion that is godly, so that my iniquities don't get transferred through the DNA. Through DNA. That's how evil and wickedness get transferred. Through DNA. Righteousness also can be transferred through DNA.
That's right. Come out and birth.
Huh? Tom Sheep.
Verse 8. Thine hands have made me
Thy hands have made
and
me
fashioned me together round about.
and fashioned me together round about. Read.
Yet thou dost destroy me.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a cotton picking minute. Huh? Read that verse over, please.
Thine hands have made me and fashioned me together round
He said,
about.
thine hands have made me and fashioned me.
Round about.
He said, thine hands have made me and fashioned me. Right? What's the next one? Go ahead.
yet thou dost destroy me.
The word for fashion also means to produce. The word for made, he said, thy hands have made me. Right? And fashioned me. Right?
Right.
Together, round about. Yet thou dost destroy me.
Still yet.
He said, you made me this way. You fashioned me and made me. You know what the depths of this? Huh? You know what the depths of this? He said, God, you fashioned me and fashioned me and made me. Huh? He said, but yet, being that you made it, you still destroying it. You still can destroy it. That's God. That's God. God made you and he'll create you and fashion you. And then at the next thing, he will wipe you out. He said, I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. And there is none that can deliver out of my hands. I said, there is none that can deliver out of my hands. You know what's the other thing that I seen? You made me this way. You created me. How I am is how you created me. But everything that is transferred to that child is through the parents. So before you have a child, change your ways.
That's right.
Change your ways. Change your ways. Change your ways. So that your fault and your atrocities and iniquities stops with you. The parents have to be the breach. We have to repair that breach. We have to repair that breach. I said, we have to repair that breach. Huh? If you love your kids. Tom Street.
Job chapter 10, verse 9. Remember, I beseech thee that thou hast made me as the clay.
He said, remember, I beseech thee that you made me like a clay. You know what that means? I can form you and fashion you anyhow I want you to be. And that's what you're going to be. And that's why he said, you fashioned me. He said, but yet you destroy me. Huh? You taught this child this by your actions, and now when you see it, you want to wipe him out. But he's only emanating you. That's what that verse means. He's only doing what you do. Why? Because you look at yourself like you all right. You right in your sayings and your actions. And then your child see the same ways and actions, and the child follow you. And now when you see you in him, you get crazy. No, don't get crazy.
That's true.
That's us parents.
That's us parents.
That's right.
That's us parents. That's us parents. Us as parents, man. Tom, see?
And wilt thou bring me into dust again?
He said, you're going to bring me into the dust again? You're going to kill me? You're going to wipe me out? Go ahead.
Hast thou not poured me out as milk and curdled me like
He
cheese?
said, man, you poured me out like milk and curdled me like cheese. You did this. You did this. Tom, see?
Thou hast clothed me with skin and flesh.
Thou hast clothed me with skin and flesh.
And
Right? Go ahead.
and has fenced me with bones and sinews.
It has fenced me with bones and sinews. Go ahead.
Thou hast granted me life and favor, and thy visitation has preserved
Thou
my
hast
spirit
granted me life.
and favor.
Thou hast granted me life and favor. Huh? Chaim. Where Kesed. Favor. mercy, acceptance. See, the people in the book knew when they was accepted by God.
Yeah, they knew.
They knew when they was accepted.
Instant.
Hmm?
They were very close.
They knew when they was not accepted by God.
They knew.
We don't know that today.
They knew what it was doing.
We don't know that today, man.
Amen. Amen.
We don't know that today.
You can't even inquire.
You can't even inquire. We don't know that today. This is why we live our lives accordingly. We live our lives with a guilty conscience because I don't know if I'm accepted. You want to say you know? Okay, good. You know. Go ahead. I don't know when I'm accepted.
Sure.
I don't know that. That's why. That's why my father said, I hope what I'm doing is enough. That's why he said that. Because his whole life, he lived doing evil and wickedness. So he's trying to make repairs with himself by pushing up for God. Making improvements with himself. Tom Sheet.
Thou hast granted me life and favor, and thy visitation hath preserved my spirit.
Your visitation has preserved my spirit. When God came to him, that's the only reason why I ain't dead yet. The presence of God and the visitation of God is what kept me alive. It's what kept me guarded. What guarded my spirit. Because he wasn't getting guarded by his friends. His friends was talking against him. Job said, if I was in your position, I wouldn't have did this to you. This is how we have to deal with situations, man. Put yourself in situations, and now you can deal with this. You know why? Because Job said, if the shoes was turned around, I wouldn't have did that. I wouldn't have said that, and I wouldn't have moved like that with you. That's godliness. That's godliness. I said, that's godliness. Until you can perfect certain things inside here that denotes godliness, you ain't godly. You ain't wicked. Nobody is godly because we have faults. We're trying to get there. And this is an ongoing process.
Lifetime.
This is a lifetime process. I will never reach that process. Huh? I will never reach that process. I don't know. I'm never going to reach that process. And that's what's going to keep me pursuing.
Keep going.
That's what's going to keep me from going. That's what's going to keep me going and pushing.
Stay on the right track. Yeah.
That's what's going to keep my mind focused on myself. That's what's going to keep me self-reflecting. That's what's going to keep me. Read.
And these things hast thou hid in thine heart.
And
I know.
These things, what verse is that, man?
13.
And these things thou hast hid in thine heart. You know how many of us hide things inside of us and they don't reveal it? Monkey can hate you and despise you and say shalom to you. Laugh and joke. And he's hidden in his heart. Why? Because why? Why? It don't make it right. It don't make it right. He said, I know that this is with thee. Go ahead.
Job chapter 10, verse 13. And these things hast thou hid in thine heart. I know that this is with thee. Verse 14. If I sin.
Wait a minute. If I sin.
If I sin. Then thou markest me.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, man. You see where the mark came from?
Sin.
You see where the blemish came from?
Sin.
You see what starts and begins the breach and the opening?
Sin.
Iniquity. Sin. That's what caused us to have a blemish, to have a mark. He said, if I sin, then that's when God put that mark on you. Nobody can see that mark. It's in the spirit. And in order not to receive that mark, you have to serve God like Joshua and Caleb. You have to fulfill these commandments like Joshua and Caleb by doing what? Being whole and complete with God, covering all aspects, all bases. We're not covering all bases. I said, we're not covering all bases. Tom C.
If I sin, then thou markest me,
Mhm.
and thou wilt not acquit me from mine iniquity.
Then thou would not acquit me. Thou will not acquit me for my iniquity. The word acquit is not qua. It means to be pure, innocent, or free from guilt. He said, if I sin, then thou markest me, and thou will not acquit me for my iniquity. You will not be innocent. You will not be pure. You will never be pure. And if I'm not pure and I'm not innocent, then impurities begin to formulate in your mind. A person that's pure don't think injustice. They only think pure thoughts. I said a person that's pure only formulate pure thoughts, godly thoughts, just thoughts, righteous thoughts. And if you continue to formulate thoughts in your mind that's not right by God, then you ain't pure and innocent. God teaches us how to be pure and innocent. He said, thou shalt and thou shalt not.
Sorry.
Follow the thou shalt and thou shalt not. Follow his divine laws. Follow his moral laws. Now you can be pure and innocent. See, these man them that we read about in here covered all aspects. They covered everything.
All
Everything.
departments of life.
All departments are covered. Tom sheet.
Verse 15. If I be wicked, woe unto me.
What?
If,
If
I be wicked, woe
woe
unto me.
unto me.
He's not in denial.
He ain't in denial. These words are coming from a man that's not in denial. These words are coming from a man that is not in denial. And this man is calling, saying, man, if I be wicked, yet, well, I read,
Woe unto me, and if I be righteous, yet will I not lift up my head.
wait a minute. Well, you hear this, man? Keep it up. Keep it up. Self-exaltation denotes pride. And when you self-exalt yourself, which denotes pride, everything you do towards law is not counted. Because you can't serve God with pride.
Even if you're doing the right thing.
Even if you're doing the right thing.
That's true.
Wow.
Understand that, man. A lot of us do law, boom, 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 but they got pride. God ain't going to accept that. God don't accept nothing if you don't get rid of pride and vanity. You got to get rid of vanity and pride.
Gotcha.
That's not my words. That's what the book says.
Yeah.
I said, that's what the book says.
That's true.
The only way to get rid of pride is by reading the book. That's the only thing that lessens and depletes the pride that you have in you. He said, if I be wicked, woe unto me. And if I be righteous, yet will I not lift up mine head. You remain with your head down. That's the guilty conscience. I said that's the guilty conscience. Go ahead.
I am full of confusion. Therefore,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I am full of confusion. You know what's the Hebrew word for confusion?
What?
Dadu.
Qualon.
Oh, follow.
It means shame, disgrace, and reproach. He said, I'm full of confusion, which means shame, disgrace, or reproach. So listen to this. God afflicts us to see whether we exalt ourselves and keep a shame face before God. Which one are you going to do? Are you going to keep a humble mentality, a shame face? Or are you going to continue to exalt yourself and put yourself on the pedestal like you're doing something? Paulie said, I ain't doing nothing. Paulie said, I ain't doing nothing. But when I said we ain't doing nothing, the people got angry. We ain't doing nothing.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
Job chapter 10, verse 15 at the end. I am full of confusion. Therefore, see thou mine affliction.
Asking God to acknowledge his affliction. Acknowledge my affliction, O Lord. Acknowledge my affliction. I'm going through it. You're putting me through it. And when we go through, when God afflicts us, we all want God to acknowledge what God is putting us through. We all want God to acknowledge. That's why when a person is being afflicted, the first thing that comes to my mind is to pray. That's not the first thing that comes. That's not the first thing that comes to people's mind, though. The first thing people do is call a lawyer. The first thing people do is call a doctor,
Cops.
police. But the first thing we need to do in our affliction
Call on God.
is call on God. Call on God and wait. Wait, I say,
Wait, I say.
on the Lord.
That's right. Trust. That's right.
Wait, I say, on God.
Can't call on God when you ain't got no works in. That's why your trust is low.
Some of us still call on God without works.
That's a fact.
Why? Because that's a natural reaction with a person that has not truly fully slipped into darkness. He is aware that I'm at fault.
He's aware he's at fault.
I'm at fault. I'm messing up.
Yeah.
I know I ain't supposed to be doing this, but I'm still doing it.
Maybe that's his point.
I know where I should be, but I'm not there. I know what I shouldn't have said, but I still say it.
Maybe that's his turning point.
Go ahead.
Would increase it. Thou huntest me as a fierce lion, and again thou showest thyself marvelous upon me.
Thou huntest me like a fierce lion, and again thou showest thyself marvelous upon me. Even though you're putting me through whatever I'm going through, you still dealing with me with mercy. Because I could have been dead already.
This affliction could have killed you.
This affliction could have killed me.
That's right.
Thou renewest thy witnesses against me,
Thou renewest the witnesses against me,
and increases thine indignation upon me.
and you increase your anger upon me. Changes and war are against me. You got the elements, you have everything against me. See, at this point in time, Job don't know what's going on in the heavens.
Right, you don't know.
I said Job was not aware of what was going on in the heavens with God. He don't know that there was a bet on him. And Job, where the adversary in the book said Satan, don't tell me there's no Satan. The book speaks about Satan. Satan only means to be adverse or contrary. So this guy pops up on the scene. God looked at him. He said, man, what you doing here? He said, going up, down the earth, to and fro in it.
Right.
He said, you don't consider my servant Job? You know what that is for God to brag on you? He said, this man eschews evil. He said, this man, did he say upright? I think he said upright. He said, this man is, let me see. Yeah, he said, this man is perfect and upright. Now, realize something. This is how you gain God's attention. He said, this man is perfect. What does it mean to be perfect with God? It means to be whole and complete, covering all aspects, right? And upright. What does it mean to be upright? When you are upright, you're just.
All matters.
I said, an upright man is just. And when you are just, the whole definition of what just is that I don't do nothing to offend you. I don't do nothing to you what I don't like done to myself.
I know you don't like it, and I don't like it. I'm not gonna do it. That's it.
Because I realize and recognize that I have been through it also. And I have done so also. And I didn't like the fact of how I came, how you came, how I was came at, how it felt. So therefore, when it's your turn, I'm going to deal with you in a way or in a fashion that I would like to be dealt with.
I know the right things to do.
You got to dig deep in that word upright. He said perfect and upright, right? One that fears God and eschews evil. The Hebrew word for eschews evil, it means to turn away or to depart from that which is evil. Which means we all have good and evil in us. And we know what is right, and we know what is just, and we know what is good, and we know what is evil. We know that. Tom Shee.
Thou renewest thy witnesses against me, and increaseth thine indignation upon me. Changes in war are against me. Verse 18. Wherefore then hast thou brought me forth out of the womb?
He said, why did you cause me to be born? What is the purpose of me being born? Why do I exist?
That's the question people be asking.
Why do I exist then? You know why this man can ask, why did he exist? Because this is a man that we are taught that this is a man that have realized his purpose. This is a man that have realized his purpose in life. So therefore, he asked God, what is the purpose of me existing? Tom Shee.
Oh, that I had given up the ghost, and no eye had seen me.
Tom Shee.
I should have been as though I had not been. I should have been carried from the womb to the grave. Are not my days few?
Go to Proverbs 12. Proverbs chapter 12, right?
Proverbs chapter 12.
Proverbs 12. He said, are not my days few?
I'm not even here.
He said, are not my days few? Cease then and leave me alone. He said, stop and just leave me alone. I'm going to die anyway.
Right.
Leave me alone, let me go.
Right.
Too much.
It's too much. Because affliction can be burdensome.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Affliction can be too much.
Yes, it is.
And when a person is being afflicted, I don't want to hear what you got to say.
Yeah, I don't want to hear nothing.
I don't want to hear nothing from you.
You be quiet.
I don't want to hear nothing from you.
Right.
That's right.
That's why Job said, if I was in your
I
position,
wouldn't have said.
I wouldn't have said or dealt with you in that
I
fashion
wouldn't make you
or in
feel
that
that.
manner.
I wouldn't make you feel.
Hmm?
That's correct.
And this is how we need to look at all situations and deal with all situations, man. That's mercy. That's a merciful person. That's a merciful person. He said, I should have been, though I have been not. I should have been carried from the womb to the grave. Are not my days few? Cease then and let me alone, that I may take comfort a little. He said, leave me alone so I can get a little ease. A lot of us keep poking at the hole.
That button, pushing that button.
We poke at the hole, we poke at the
And you know the
hole,
result.
and we poke at the hole, and we poke at the hole. We poking, and we keep poking, and then keep poking, and the hole gets bigger, and they keep bigger. Next thing, the finger ain't poking in it no more.
Right.
The arm is inside the hole,
Right.
and you keep putting the arm in.
Open up that
Next
situation.
thing, my leg is in the hole. Huh? That's why I say this, because this is the mentality of Negroes today.
Right. Yeah.
It won't be.
The blemish is already there.
Right.
The fault is already there.
It's
Right.
dealt with.
Why do we continue to add on?
Right.
That's what Job said. That's what Job just said.
True.
It's there. And he told his friends, I don't need to be hearing that. You don't acknowledge that God is afflicting me and putting me through it. Why do you continue to cause the hole to be bigger? I'm already rotting.
It's best they gonna say.
I'm full of boils.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
I'm scratching and I'm scratching and I'm scraping. I got dust on my head and I'm sitting in the corner and I'm being afflicted by God.
Right.
I acknowledge that I'm wrong, oh Lord. But these evil people that is around me continue to increase my affliction. You are not godly. We ain't godly, man.
Amen. Amen.
We got to realize these things, man.
Amen.
The man is going through a situation,
Right.
and he already acknowledged the situation is being dealt with.
Right.
Leave it alone, Eliphaz. Yeah, Eliphaz. But we want to continue to throw darts. We continue to throw darts and throw darts and throw darts. That's what Eliphaz did. That's what Eliphaz did. But we said we got it.
Churning of milk brings butter.
The churn brings blood. The brother just said a proverb from the book. The churning of milk brings butter. Let me explain that to you now. If you keep turning the milk, you're going to turn the state of the milk to turn into butter because you keep turning.
It's gonna get spoiled.
If you take your hands and keep wringing my nose, what's going to come from that? Blood. But a lot of us ain't satisfied till we see blood. Some things don't even cause us to back up. Job shows us the ways. I said, Job shows us the ways that is accepted by God. Let's read. No, I'm sorry. Hold on. He said, before I went, he said, not my days few. Cease then and let me alone, that I may take a little comfort. Before I go, whence I shall not return, even to the land of darkness and the shadow of death. A land of darkness as darkness itself, and of the shadow of death without any order, where the light is as darkness.
David spoke about the shadow of death.
David spoke about that.
Shadow of death.
David spoke about that. Let's
Yes.
read Proverbs 12.
Whoso loveth instruction, loveth knowledge.
Wait a minute. Whoso loveth instructions, loveth knowledge. You know what instructions is?
Torah.
Instructions is Torah.
Commandments, law.
Commandments, laws. Instructions is musar. The Hebrew word for musar is discipline. The Hebrew word for musar is correction. The Hebrew word for musar is direction, order, chastening.
Direction. Yes.
Whoso loveth instructions, discipline, correction, loveth knowledge. How do you feel after being corrected? How do you feel after being disciplined?
Okay.
How do you feel after being ordered?
Okay. There you go.
Do you go back and forth with the person instructing you?
Nope.
Do you go back and forth with the person disciplining you?
Nope.
Sometimes you gotta
Accept
shut
it.
your mouth
Accept it.
and
Okay.
accept it.
That makes you better.
Okay.
You say
Think
A,
about yourself.
the person said B. It's not for me to say A again.
No. Oh no.
That's it. It is what it is. What the instructor is saying.
Right. You're gonna create a
That's it.
fire.
Okay,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Now you really gonna get it.
Huh? Whoso loveth instruction, loveth knowledge. But only a certain type of people is gonna embrace discipline and correction. Are the ones that wants to know. See, knowledge is the know-how.
You know.
Right.
Understanding is to depart from evil. And wisdom is the fulfillment or the performance of the laws of God. You can't do one without the other.
Right.
It works hand in hand.
That's right.
It works hand in hand. Okay? The willingness to accept discipline. Right? The willingness to accept discipline. Right? What does discipline mean? Discipline is the practice of training oneself. Which means this is a training within oneself.
This is a training.
You have to train yourself. I can't train you. I say you have to train yourself. And in training yourself, it will become habitual. You will become accustomed to it. I say it will become a habit, which means accustomed to. But I cannot be accustomed to doing something if I am not training myself to be this way. And the only way we train ourselves, see, a person that trains itself has to acknowledge that how they are is not right.
Right. It needs to be trained.
And it needs to be trained.
That's right.
And it needs to be trained
That's right. So you will accept.
so that I can accept it, which
Gotcha.
brings about
Gotcha.
acceptance.
Gotcha.
He said you train yourself to obey rules with punishment or other undesired consequences for failing to comply. And this is why we go against. Because there's no penalty that comes after.
That's right. That's right.
There's no penalty that comes after. I said there's no penalty that comes after. And that's why I go against. Chastening Chastening is a rebuke that has a restraining or humbling effect. This is the chastening of God. So when God chastens us, what comes after is supposed to have, you're supposed to have some type of restraining. It's supposed to have a restraining, which means it holds you back. Which means you hold yourself back. I'm not doing that again. Because what I went through, what God put me through, I don't want to go through again. And it causes a humbling effect.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay? So the willingness to accept discipline. What is the willingness to accept discipline? The willingness to accept discipline is first acknowledging your faults.
That's right.
Acknowledging your faults and taking responsibilities for your actions without being defiant or self-pity, feeling sorry for yourself. Because when you have self-pity, that's when you start complaining.
Yeah.
You feel sorry for yourself. Man, be quiet. And accepting the consequences that come with it. Go ahead. Oh, whoso loveth instructions loveth knowledge. But he that hated reproof is brutish. What does brutish mean? What does it mean to be brutish? Proverbs chapter 12, verse 2. The Hebrew word for brutish is ba'ar. It means boor. B-O-O-R. A person that is boor. Boor means what? Is a rude, insensitive, ill-mannered person who lacks consideration for others. I said a rude, insensitive, ill-mannered person who lacks consideration for others. Consideration is a form of love. Consideration is a form of love. That's a form of love. You can't love without consideration. And you ain't gonna consider without love. And if you don't consider all, then you ain't got no love in you. I can't be choosy on what to consider. I consider this, I consider this, I consider this, but I don't consider that, and that. We have become choosy. Choosing. Picking and choosing concerning God, concerning his laws. That's not how you can't get to God that way. Can't get to God that way. Proverbs 12, verse 2.
A good man obtaineth favor of the Lord.
A good man obtaineth favor from God. It don't say a good man. It says the good have acquired or obtained favor of God. What does it mean to obtain favor from God? The Hebrew word for favor is razon. Razon means acceptance. Razon means to be regarded. Razon also means to gain the attention of God. So if I'm not good, covering all aspects, you ain't good. That's what makes you good. That's what makes you whole and complete. Now you're good. You can't be good without being whole and complete with God. And we ain't whole and complete with God because we pick and choose. Pick and choose. Acceptance Cain knew he wasn't accepted by God. Cain knew he wasn't regarded by God. Cain knew that he did not gain the attention of God. He knew that. And that's how close these men in this book that we read about, that's how close the men that we read about in the book, they was able to perceive, and they knew when they had gained full acceptance of God, recognition, able to be recognized. They knew that. And when they didn't gain that recognition, his countenance fell. His countenance fell. And he was able to perceive these things. So he turned, God went to him, he said, why is your countenance falling? Why thou wrath? He said, if you improve, if you do good, I will exalt you. The Hebrew word for good is tetiv, means to improve. Let me explain to you what it means to improve. When you improve, you cover all aspects. You cover everything. If you ain't covering everything, you ain't improving. A lot of them say, man, I improved. I'm doing this. You're supposed to be doing that.
Right.
Look at it like you're supposed to be doing that. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
That's right.
But then we eject and forget about the other things that we neglect because it doesn't align and compare with how you are. See, we got to change who we are. Who we are, how he is. When we change who we are and how he is to the purpose of serving God, or to the purpose of the will of God, to everything concerning God. That's what we got to do, man. Tom, see?
But a man of wicked devices will he condemn.
A man of crafty. But a man that is crafty. You hear this? I said, a man that is crafty. That's what the book says. Will be condemned. When I looked up the definition of condemned, it's rasha. A man that is crafty is wicked. A man that is crafty will not be approved. Now, in order to know what crafty is, you can't formulate what crafty is in your sick mind. You need dictionaries. You need to be told and taught what crafty is, so that I don't be crafty in the eyes of God. Because if I'm crafty in the eyes of God, it brings about God condemning you. You will be condemned. You will be condemned. The Hebrew word for condemned, it means to be wicked or disapproved. You will not be approved. And if you're not approved, you're not accepted. You're not accepted. I say you're not accepted because you're crafty. Next verse.
A man shall not be established by wickedness, but the root of the righteous shall not be moved.
A man shall not be established by what?
By wickedness.
By wickedness. A man will not be established by wickedness.
Okay.
Right? What does it mean to be established? The Hebrew word for established is kaf, shabbats, nun, right? But before I go into that, I want to tell you just a little bit.
Take time.
Just a little bit of what craftiness is. A crafty person seeks advantage.
What's it? Always say it.
I said a crafty person seeks advantage through deception.
Take advantage of deception.
That's right. Manipulation to serve their own self-interest, their own ego. Manipulation is when you unfairly take advantage of a person's vulnerabilities to benefit yourself. How many of us have done that?
Right.
Take advantage of people to benefit yourself. We know that, right? We know that, right? And how many of us have done that? That's crafty. You do things and take advantage of people that are vulnerable to satisfy yourself. I said, how many of us have done that? When you are crafty and when you do things like that, you condemn yourself. You condemn yourself. You become disapproved. You will not be approved. You will not be accepted. So you can't be established. A man shall not be established by wickedness. The Hebrew word for established is kaf, shabutz nun. It means firm. You will not be firm. You will not be stable. You will not be determined. You will not be directed or prepared. A person that is established by God, that's how God directs you. According if you have been established by God. That's why God directed King David. That's why God directed the godly man that we read in the book, because they was already established in the eyes of God. So if you are approved in the eyes of God, he will direct you. So in order for us to be established by God, we have to do a lot of self-reflection within ourselves so God can guide you. Self-analyze. Tom, see?
But the root of the righteous shall not be moved.
Oh my goodness. The root of the righteous shall not be moved. The root of the righteous shall not be moved. What is the root of righteous? Is having a foundation that aligns with the Most High's will. I said the root of the righteous is having a foundation that aligns with the Most High will. By comparing one's life, one's values, one's decisions, one's actions, how you think, how you do this, upon the principles of the Most High God. So I won't move and deal with situations if our forefathers didn't deal with it that way. I'm not going to act this way if my forefathers didn't act with it concerning this way.
Right.
I'm not going to come up with a decision if the decision that I want to come up with is not according to what it says in the book. That's what the root of the righteous does. Now you can tell. Now that ain't the root of the righteous, because he ain't following the things. He ain't following what the book says. Boil down to this. The root of the righteous is going to follow everything in this book. They're not going to have a problem with it. Easy. When we are following everything in this book, and you had made your mind up. Yeah, our minds is made up to be determined before God and follow everything, but we still mess up.
Right.
That comes with the training. That comes with the training process. God did not accept the people until the 40th year.
That's right.
Huh? So I'm just not going to just walk around, learn about God, and just be perfect right away.
Right.
No, it don't go like that.
Right.
You got to go through it. You got to go through certain situations. You got to go through certain things and prove yourself before God. And then God used people to show you who you are. I said, God used people in situations to show you who you are and what you need to correct with yourself. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 12, verse 4.
Verse 3.
Verse 3.
Uh-huh.
A man shall not be established by wickedness, but the root of the righteous shall not be moved.
But the root of the righteous shall not be moved. The Hebrew word for move is mot. Mem, kolam, tet. You know what that means? The root of the righteous will not fluctuate.
Back and forth.
The root of the righteous will not shift.
Shit.
That's right. Tom, see?
But she that maketh ashamed is as rottenness in his bones.
Verse 4.
A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband.
Oh, my goodness. A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband. I said, Eshet Kayil. Eshet Kayil, it means a woman of strength.
Soldier.
Not no soldier.
It's like Kayel. Kayel means
Woman
soldier.
of inner
Listen,
strength.
brother,
Excuse me,
I know what Kayil
cannot
means.
interrupt my meeting.
Kayil means soldier, but the women was not soldiers. Women ain't go to war.
No.
They sat home and they took care of the house and the children.
That's right. He's talking about inner strength.
Women ain't go to war. The Eshet Kayil that's concerning a woman are a woman of strength, woman of vigor, a woman with the ability to conform to moral and ethical principles,
This is in the spirit.
morally excellent, upright, God-fearing, capable of.
That's what she's strong at. That's what she's strong at. She's not a soldier.
Not no damn soldier.
Two different meanings.
When the hell did you read about where women went to war? The only woman I read about going to war was Deborah.
Oh, she was commanded.
And she was commanded by God. She was a prophetess. And she was commanded by God.
That's right. That's right. It said, stirring up a woman, stirring up a man.
A virtuous woman? I don't want no woman of war.
A woman, a virtuous.
Go ahead, go get your woman from the army then.
Two different things.
Go ahead.
She ain't gonna be virtuous.
Virtuous.
A woman of war is not virtuous.
I want that.
She's
I
gonna
ain't
stand
talking
up.
about that.
She's gonna stand up to you.
Just talk about the word. Just the
It
word.
said what? A virtuous woman is what?
Is a crown to her husband.
Is a crown to her husband. Huh?
Oh yeah. That's
The Hebrew word for husband is Baal.
yeah.
Baal means Lord. It means possessor. It means ruler. Anything you possess, you take care of.
Also her guide, a teacher,
Her guide.
a protector,
That's right.
a provider.
Anything you possess, you take care of.
You take care of. That's right. So you're always going to be considered.
That's right. Come see.
But she that make it ashamed is as rottenness in his bones.
But she that make it ashamed or that brings shame is rottenness to his bones. The Hebrew word for rotten that bring it shame is beit shabut sheen. It means to bring disappointment.
Right there.
But a woman that brings disappointment to her husband is shameful. I didn't know what I was getting when I married you. I thought I was getting a wife with all the qualities of a wife. But now I got to teach you how to be a wife. So a man will be disappointed. I've been let down.
My expectation has not been met.
My expectation has not been met. Fathers and mothers need to teach your sons and your daughters how to be wives and how to be husbands.
It's a treatment.
It's a treatment that comes with that. Tom sheep.
But she that maketh ashamed is as rottenness in his bones.
Verse
5. The thoughts of the righteous are right.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
The righteous.
The thoughts. The thoughts of the righteous. The thoughts of the righteous. All right.
All right. That's the only thing they can. They're going to be with you.
So if your thoughts is ungodly, if you formulate ideas, you ain't righteous.
Oh,
that's why I don't formulate no idea about nobody.
yeah, I'll leave it alone tonight.
I don't formulate ideas in my own opinion in my brain about you.
Yeah, I stopped that.
Because that determines whether you're righteous or not.
I used to do that.
That determines whether you're godly or not.
That's correct.
I shouldn't be telling you what you meant or how you felt.
I should ask you.
I need to come to you and ask you.
I should ask you what you
And when I formulate ideas and my opinions in my brain, then you're evil and you're wicked.
Jumping to conclusions.
Jumping to conclusions, the brother just said. He said, the thoughts of the righteous are right. The Hebrew word for right is mishpat. It means just. It also means what is just. It means to be fair.
Fair.
Equal. Equity. So when you have unjust thoughts in your brain, then you ain't righteous. You ain't righteous. You ain't godly. We got work to do, family. We got work to do, family. We have a lot of work to do with ourselves, family. Tom sheep.
The thoughts of the righteous are right,
Uh-huh.
but the counsels of the wicked are deceit.
You know what that means? The thoughts of the righteous are right. Stop thinking things with no proof of what you're thinking. Stop formulating things in your brain without proof of what you're thinking. You know why? Because when we do these things, it brings about forward thoughts. And all you do is put distance between you and God. Oh, I ain't did nothing, but your thinking process is twisted and warped. I ain't did nothing. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I'm doing this. Oh, yeah. I don't do this, but what about that? Let's read.
But the counsels of the wicked are deceit.
The counsel of the wicked is what?
Deceit.
Is deceit. The counsel, the advice of the wicked is accepting their words, accepting their advice, or guiding principles from those who is opposite to God's commandments. That's accepting what the people said.
Yeah.
And this person that you are accepting these words from don't serve God. And they are not aligning their ways and their customs towards God. Tamshi.
He's not just. The words of the wicked are to lie in wait for blood.
The words of the wicked are to lie and wait for blood.
To draw blood.
The words of the wicked is contrary. The words of the wicked is opposite. Go ahead. But the mouth of the upright
shall deliver them.
The mouth of the upright shall deliver them. The mouth of the upright shall deliver them. So if my words delivers you, I'm voicing the right thing.
Yes.
I'm saying the right thing.
That's correct.
I'm mentioning the right thing.
That's correct.
Watch your step. I'm speaking the right thing.
That's correct. If it says me, if your word says me, that's correct. You said the right thing. You didn't lie. You didn't deceive.
But we too stout-hearted and stubborn to recognize and realize that what you said is not right. Because we only speak according to what we think. We only speak according to what we think.
You don't think too good.
And the book said, if I ain't got no good to say about a person, don't say it at all. You know why I said don't say it at all? You know why I said don't say it at all? Because God said to take your cause to your brother. It may be not so.
You don't like it? Talk to me.
You don't like it? Talk to him. Say what it is.
That's right.
Say your problem.
That's right.
Say what's going on.
That's right.
Don't complain.
And that's how you're able to mash and date a lot of things.
Yeah. Everything's going to start.
That's right.
Won't even start.
Tamshi.
Verse 8. No, verse 7. The wicked are overthrown.
The wicked are overthrown. The wicked turns away. The wicked is perverted.
And are not.
And are not.
But the house of the righteous shall stand.
But the house of the righteous shall stand. Read.
A man shall be commended according to his wisdom.
Oh my goodness.
That's true.
A man will be commended according to his wisdom.
That's true.
A man will be praised according to his wisdom. You don't praise and commend yourself. Others will commend you and praise you. You don't praise and commend yourself because that shows pride. It's patting of the back.
You said blowing your own horn.
Tooting your own horn. Tamshi.
But he that is of a perverse heart shall be despised.
When it speaks about a perverse heart,
Uh-huh.
when it speaks about a perverse heart, it's talking about a perverse mindset. A perverse mindset is a way of thinking that deliberately deviates from what is considered right by God, which has become a form of human behavior. When you begin to act in the way that is self-defeating.
Self-destruction.
You know what self-defeating is? Self-destruct. We are destroying ourselves by this perverse mindset that is contrary from what God says. Contrary to moral standards. Contrary to moral standards. Go ahead.
But he that is of a perverse heart shall be despised.
But he that is of a perverse heart shall be despised. But he that has this perverse and contrary mindset, God will hate you. You will be despised and hated. Tom Sheep.
He that is despised and hath a servant is better than
He that is despised and had a servant is better than he that what?
that honoreth himself
That honoreth himself
and lacketh bread.
and in need of bread. Huh? He that is despised, I'm hated, and I got a servant. I got someone to serve me. He said, that person is better than the person that honors himself. And then you're in need of a bread. And you're in need. That's deep, man. We got to humble ourselves. I said we have to humble ourselves. Tom, see?
A righteous man regarded the life of his beast.
A righteous man regarded the life of his beast. The Hebrew word for regarded is yada. It also means to consider. Consider the beast. Consider the beast.
They get mercy.
It's a beast. You see what happened when the beast was not considered? God appeared to Balaam and he told him the beast, before God showed himself, the beast turned around and looked at him. He said, why are you beating me? Haven't I served thee all this time? Have I ever moved this way? Did I ever did and move this way? And you know, that was a lesson in itself. That was a lesson with me. And it teaches me that not to jump to conclusions. That's what that means. Balaam jumped to conclusion and he started beating the hell out of the donkey. He didn't consider the fact to ask himself, wait a minute, something must be wrong. Why is the donkey doing this? This is not normal. This is not his normal reaction. And the way Balaam, what the donkey told Balaam is how we have to deal with each other. You hear that? Don't be so quick to shoot a person down. Don't be so quick to condemn. Don't be so quick to judge. To expose. Sometimes you gotta back up and wait. Wait the situation out. Wait. Because this is a lesson. The book is a lesson.
Yeah.
So after he said, haven't I served thee all these years? Which means this, what you're doing to me, is not just. I have done this and I have moved with you in an upright way. This has never been a continuing reaction.
Never been one-sided. Nah.
You gotta realize these things, man. You gotta realize these things. You don't condemn a man off the first instance. That's why I say that, is because that's what the donkey told Balaam. He said, I served you all these years. Why the hell is you beating me? That's what he really wanted to say. Why are you whacking me? He said, I served you all these years. And then after he said those words, God opened his eyes. And when God opened his eyes, he saw the angel. He saw the angel before the donkey. And the angel told Balaam, he said, if that donkey would have continued to pursue, he said, I would have killed you, and that donkey would have been saved alive.
That's right.
Tom sheet, what verse you at? Verse 10.
Verse
right?
10. A righteous man regarded the life of his beast, but the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel.
Oh my gosh.
When the wicked is being
Oh my gosh.
they're really being cruel.
Really? You think you got mercy.
You think you're being cruel.
You think you're merciful. But your mercy is not mercy.
Your mercy is cruel.
Your mercy is cruel. Your mercy is pernicious. When I looked up those the words of in the Hebrew, the Hebrew word for cruel is pernicious, is akzari. Akzari means cruel or pernicious. So let's go into these words. Why? So that it ain't we no more. It's not we. Can't say we. So that I may know if I'm cruel or pernicious.
That's what it means.
And this is the purpose why we should read. So that you may see yourself. The purpose of reading this book is to learn who you are, what you need to change concerning you, how you can identify you. So cruel is what? Willfully causing pain and suffering by your words and things done after feeling no concern. Willfully cause pain and suffering by your words and things that you do, and you have no concern about it. I'm not concerned, and I don't give a hoops of how you feel after I said it. I'm not concerned about how you feel after I done it. That's being cruel. Pernicious are actions. Pernicious are doctrines that leads people away from the truth. Pernicious is irreparable harm done through evil. You know what irreparable harm is? You can't fix it. Not everything you do, you can fix. Not everything you do, you can fix. You know why?
Sorry don't work.
You know why I read that? Sorry ain't work with everybody. That's why Solomon looked at Shariah. He said, you cursed my father, man. He said, I need you to go to Jerusalem and stay there. If you leave, I'm going to put you to death. Then he went to the next one. Joab, you get over here. Well, Joab goes, he runs to the altar, grab holds to the horns of the altar. But Benaiah was a godly man. Benaiah was a godly man. Right. He didn't kill him on the altar because he remembered the laws of God, where God said, can't kill that man there. He said, if he is at the altar, what the law said, take him away from my altar. Right. Don't kill him there.
Kill him there.
So Benaiah was a man that was moving off of orders, but he also was a man that considered what God said. And I can't take this man's life grabbing on the horns of this altar because I wasn't told to kill him at the horns of the altar. I have to go back.
Let me go back
and get order from the king. Joab is holding on the horns of the altar. He said, kill him there. The king was accepted and he had the power to say things that it didn't say in the book.
Instead of God.
And God will still accept it.
God gives us
Instead of God.
God gave him that power because he was in the stead of God.
Juiced up.
He was juiced up.
Sentence of life and death on the king's
That's right. Tom, see?
A righteous man regarded the life of his beast, but
Uh-huh.
the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel.
Oh, cool.
Verse 11. He that tilleth his land shall be
He
satisfied.
that tilleth his land, he that works his land
Shall be satisfied with bread.
shall be satisfied with bread. You can't feed yourself without working the land. You have to work the land in order to feed yourself. Go ahead.
But he that followeth vain persons
He
is
that
void.
followeth vain persons is void of understanding. That is a heavy. Concerning to who you walk with will determine whether you have a heart.
Right.
Void of understanding means kasad lev. You follow and you're friends with people that are vain.
Okay.
Huh? And that denotes and shows and tells me that you don't have a heart. Lacking a heart is lacking empathy. Lacking a heart is lacking sympathy. Lacking a heart is lacking compassion. Being indifferent to other people. Indifferent. That's right. Feelings, being indifferent to other people's feelings. I said being indifferent to other people's feelings, making ruthless decisions.
You don't care.
Ruthless decisions, and you make these ruthless decisions because you lack concern. You lack love. Sometimes our judgment can be too hard. Oh, do this, do this, do this. Man, don't call for that. Not everything that you're saying to do, it calls for the reaction or calls for what you just said. Because you can fall under the category of a person that is ruthless. Tom, see?
The wicked desireth the net of evil men.
The wicked desire it. The wicked take pleasure in the net of evil men, the trap of wicked people. But the what?
But the root of the righteous yielded fruit.
But the root of the righteous, you know what yield fruit is? The root of the righteous gives. I said the root of the righteous gives. It means to give up. You give up according to where that person is lacking. The wicked is snared by the transgression of his lips. You trap yourself. We entrap ourselves by our words and the things that we have voiced and said out of our own mouth. So we trap ourselves, but the just shall come up out of trouble. Tom, see?
A man shall be satisfied with good by the fruit of his mouth.
A man shall be satisfied with good by the fruit of his own mouth. Which means what? Whatever you put out, you get back. He's only in that position because he put the work in to get where he was at.
Right. He earned that.
Envy is something else, man. Envy, jealousy, all these things
Hate.
God said.
Break the hate.
He said, stay away from those things. Because those things are things that gets in the way of you serving God. God teaches us what to hate. God teaches us what to be jealous of. Go ahead.
And the recompense of a man's hands shall be rendered unto him.
And the recompense of a man's hand shall be rendered unto him. Whatever you put out, it comes back.
Right.
I said, whatever you put out shall come back. So, when it's my turn, don't get angry.
When the past comes to bite you.
Huh? Don't get angry. Because the wheel continue to turn.
That's right. Full circle.
Full circle.
That's right.
Full circle.
It will go around.
Full circle. It continue to turn. And when it's your turn, I want to see how you're going to react when it's your turn now.
Put a shoe on every foot.
Because I didn't react when it was my turn. But now when it's your turn, you can't take it.
The tables is turned.
Shoe on every foot.
Tom Sheet.
The way of a fool is right in his own eyes.
The way of a fool is right in his own eyes. Of the way of a fool will not acknowledge and self-reflect to consider oneself in their faults. But he that hearkeneth unto counsel is wise. Which means when a person comes to counsel me, I'm not going to wave them and say, man, leave me alone.
Right.
See, certain actions tells me whether you're a fool.
Or not.
Certain actions tells me whether you're wise. And if I can't counsel you or show you or counsel you or give you any type of advice and you continue to shun the counselor, then you ain't wise. Don't counsel them no more. Leave him to himself.
Get it blocked. You should get the nigga blocked.
Tom Sheet.
A fool's wrath is presently known. But
A fool's wrath is known.
Agree with it.
A fool's anger is presently known. You can tell a fool according to his wrath. But a prudent who?
A prudent man covereth shame.
Wait a minute. A prudent man covereth shame. I said a prudent man covereth shame. What is a prudent man? A prudent man covering shame by being self-controlled. Self-controlled. Overlooking to avoid unnecessary conflict.
That's the whole point.
That's the whole point of the prudent man that covereth shame.
To avoid.
He avoids.
Necessary.
But before you can avoid, you have to have some type of self-control.
You gotta have it. Yeah, you gotta have it.
Self-control. And when you have self-control, you will overlook certain things to avoid unnecessary conflict.
Even if you was right.
Even if you was right.
Teach me. That's deep. Yeah.
Tom Sheet.
A fool's wrath is presently known, but a prudent man covereth shame. He that speaketh truth showeth forth righteousness.
He that speaketh the truth showeth forth righteousness. Read.
But a false witness, deceit.
A false witness is crafty. I said a false witness, that's a crafty person. Because this false witness like to speak things and they don't know the true they don't know the true severity of the situation.
Don't know really what happened.
A false witness say things not knowing the truth. I don't have to be a witness. Just voice things that's not true.
Okay.
Just voice things without knowing the truth. Just continue to speak and say things according to how you feel and what you think. You're a deceiver. You're deceitful. Tom, see?
There is that speaketh like the piercings of a sword.
There is that speaketh like the piercing of a sword.
Yeah. Some people got a mouth. They know how to get you.
I said, there is that speaketh like the piercing of a sword.
Words hurt.
So if it says, you know what that means? We have to watch our words, because our words, your words, can hurt people.
Words hurt.
Huh?
Words hurt.
I said your words can hurt people. Like Martin said, I've hurt people. Yes. I've hurt people.
That's what he said.
So therefore, you have to watch your words. Go ahead.
But the tongue of the wise is health.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 19. The lip of truth shall be established.
The tongue of the wise is what?
The tongue of the wise is health.
Oh my goodness.
And
The tongue of the wise is health.
it's healthy.
Takes me back, takes me all the way back to Proverbs 15. A soft answer turneth away wrath. I said, a soft answer turneth away wrath. Which means, according to your answer, according to your response, is what caused and brought up anger, was what brought up the anger. It's what caused me to be angry, because of what you just said. That's what brought the reaction. He said, but grievous words do what? Stirs up strife. Grievous words are painful words. Grievous words are hurtful words.
Words that are against you.
Hurtful and painful words that stirs up anger. What is the definition of painful? Painful words. Painful words are irksome.
Bothersome.
What is irksome?
It irks you.
Irksome, anything that is irksome, it is said to irritate and annoy. I said anything that is irksome is said to irritate and annoy. So we know what we're doing when we voice and say certain things. Who is directed to, who ain't directed to, what you meant by it.
Yeah.
Let's read.
Proverbs 12, verse 19. The lip of truth shall be established forever.
Proverbs 12, verse 19. Right? It says, the lips of truth shall be established forever. I said, the lips of truth shall be established forever. Tom She.
But a lying tongue is but for a moment.
He said, but a lying tongue is but for a moment. It ain't going to be around for too long. Go ahead.
Deceit is in the heart of them that imagine evil.
Deceit is in the heart of who?
Of them that imagine evil.
Deceit is in the heart of them, is in the mindset of the person that imagines evil. So a person, what is a person that imagines evil? A person that imagines evil is when you have thoughts. It's when you have thoughts or you have a mindset that is contrary and opposite from what God says. Tom C.
There shall no evil happen to the just.
He said, but to the counselors of peace is joy. To the counselors of peace brings joys, right? In the Hebrew, it says peaceful advice brings joy.
Peaceful advice.
Peaceful advice. You don't come to me and give me words to get me stirred up.
That's right.
You don't say things to stir me up. I'm not going to tell you things to stir you up. Why? Because my objective is only towards causing peace. That's my objective. I'm not going to tell this one what this one said about this
You
one
know the outcome.
to get these two clashing.
You know the outcome.
Because you know the
Why
outcome.
would you do that?
Tell them.
You know the outcome.
Instigator, troublemaker.
Gossiping.
Huh?
We don't do that.
The only time we spoke things is when you're bringing the matter to a head.
Come on.
Head, you bring it to a head by law. You speak to the head, yo, man, this and this and this is happening. Bah, 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 bah. Next thing, after that,
That's
the
it.
person is being approached concerning what he or she did,
Okay.
and it's solved, and it's ironed away, and it's over with.
According to law. Moving forward now. That's right.
Okay? Time sheet.
There shall no evil happen to the just.
There shall no evil happen to the just. The Hebrew word for happen is yeuneh. Yeuneh means what? Huh? It means to approach. There shall no evil approach who?
There shall no evil happen to the just.
There shall no evil approach the just. There shall no evil be encountered with the just. The reason why evil approach us, because we're not 100% just.
That's right.
We're not 100% right with God. So we go through, God put us through certain things in life, hoping that we
Recognize.
self-recognize and acknowledge and change. Do a little bit of self-reflection. Search yourself. Search yourself with the purpose of finding who you are, so that we can make the necessary corrections with ourselves concerning God. Tom sheet.
But the wicked shall be filled with mischief.
The wicked shall be filled with mischief. The Hebrew word for filled is malah. Mem, lamed, aleph. You know what that means? The wicked is satisfied with mischief. The wicked is satisfied with evil. If it ain't evil, he ain't satisfied until he can cause the uproar.
Yeah.
The wicked stirs up, and they do and say things to stir things up.
Like that.
Tom sheet.
Lying lips are abomination to the Lord.
Lying lips are an abomination to God. God hate liars. I said, God hate liars. He said, but they that deal truly,
Are his delight.
they that deal truly are his delight. The Hebrew word for delight is razon. They that deal truly is accepted by God. That's deep. That's deep. You know why I said that's deep? Because concerning how we deal with matters and how we deal with matters tells us whether you have gained any type of acceptance of God.
Show me where you at with God.
So if I don't deal truly with you, if I deal with you in an unjust, unfair way, then that should tell you that you're not accepted by God. Oh, I'm accepted. No, you ain't. Look what you did to that brother. Look what you did to that sister.
Still say
Look what you said. Huh? Acceptance. You can only gain acceptance according to how we treat each other. That is just or fair.
Either one.
Either one. If you don't deal with people justly and fair, then you ain't accepted. You not accepted by God. Tom Sheep.
A prudent man concealeth knowledge.
A prudent man concealeth knowledge. The Hebrew word for prudent is adum. Adum means what? Discreet.
Discretion.
Discretion. Careful and circumspect in your speech. I said a prudent man is discreet. What does discreet mean? Discreet is being careful and circumspect in the things that you say and your actions.
All right.
Avoiding causing offense.
Wait.
I said avoiding causing offense. Mm-hmm.
But the heart of fools proclaimeth foolishness.
The heart of fools. The mindset of a fool. How a fool think. Will speak foolish things. I said how a person thinks, he's going to speak according to how he thinks.
Yeah.
How a person's mindset, he's going to speak according to his mindset.
Yeah.
Tom, see?
The hand of the diligent shall bear rule.
The hand of the diligent shall bear rule. I said the hand of the diligent shall bear rule. What is diligent? What does it mean to be the diligent? A person that is diligent is determined.
That's right.
The hand of a determined person is able to rule. He's able to be a leader
Take charge.
or head
That's right.
or take charge.
That's right.
And why is that? Why? Only according to my determination to serve God will determine how I treat you.
Okay.
Will determine how I deal with people.
Okay.
Because a king or a person that's a head or a leader have to have an eye for the people.
True.
And if you don't have an eye for people, you don't have the qualifications of a head.
He has to be considerate. That's right.
Huh?
People respect the leader.
Exactly.
They'll do anything.
Exactly. Exactly. Especially if you got visitors in your house.
Yeah. Yeah.
God told us how to act with strangers.
Facts.
God said how to deal with strangers.
Facts. Look like you
Huh?
yourself. Talk to
And how you deal with strangers is how you would want to be dealt with.
Okay.
That's it.
It's how you would want to be dealt with.
That's right. That's right.
And that's just. If you listen, go ahead, read.
The hand of the diligent shall bear rule,
Uh-huh.
but the slothful shall be under tribute.
But the slothful shall be under tribute. You're gonna get taxed. You're gonna end up owing. Huh?
You go,
You're gonna owe. The slothful is the lazy man. Sluggard, lazy,
Yeah.
shiftless.
Yeah.
Right? Go ahead.
heaviness in the heart of man maketh it stoop.
Heaviness in the heart of man makes it bow down. According to a person's heaviness and grief
They going
and
through.
sadness,
What they going through.
huh? The things that they are going through, this is what causes that person to bow down. You will be humbled. But a lot of us go through things and we ain't humbled.
Not at all.
We're not humbled at nothing.
It's war
The
cry.
same thing.
See, we got to realize that when we're reading these words, this is not directed to the people of today. This was speaking about a people that was accepted of God,
Uh-oh.
how they acted. Because I will come to you and speak softly to you, and you still yell and scream. When God said, a soft answer, turn it away wrath.
Right.
Those were the words of King Solomon. Those was the words. See, wisdom, these wise words, these proverbs, and these wise sayings only came through the performance of the laws of God.
Right.
You can't be wise without performing the laws of God.
Right?
No way.
Go ahead.
Heaviness in the heart of man maketh it stoop, but a good word maketh it glad.
Good word.
Same
A
thing.
good
Just said
word
that.
brings happiness.
Just one good word.
A good word brings happiness. It causes you to be glad. Sometimes I gotta say things to lighten the burden. Sometimes I gotta hold my tongue
So it don't get heavy.
Sometimes.
with the purpose of lightening the burden.
That's right. So it don't get heavy.
You gotta say things like that, especially when a person is being afflicted by God.
Yeah.
How about
Wanna
that?
comfort them.
How about that?
Especially when a person is being afflicted by God.
You gotta be easy with it.
So you have to soothe that person and give them soothing
You gotta
words.
be patient with it.
Because that's what Eliphaz, Job's two friends, didn't do.
I was just get out my head, bro.
They didn't do that.
Get out my head, bro.
They
They didn't soothe him. See, they, at this point in time, they didn't know what was going on.
Nobody.
Job don't know what's
Nobody
going on. His two friends don't know what's going
Tell the
on.
story.
They don't know the whole story of what's going on. So you don't know why this is being brought upon Job.
But in my head, I'm saying.
In my head, I'm saying he's evil.
Yeah. That's what they were
In
doing.
my head, I'm saying he's wicked.
That's what they were doing.
And the book teaches us not to deal with situations like that.
Right.
Oh, he's wicked. That's why he did that. Who told you that? Did God tell you
Did
you're
God tell
wicked?
you that, man?
God didn't tell you you're wicked.
No, we didn't.
Fall back. Fall back.
Full back.
Because when you go through it, I don't call you wicked. When you go through it, I pat you and I help you and I put ointment on you and I comfort you. That's what Job says.
That's what brothers do.
That's what brothers do.
Right.
But certain type of brothers
Yeah.
Not everybody.
that love their neighbors like they love themselves. Not all brothers is brothers.
That's right.
Call yourself a brother, but you despise me. You call yourself brothers, but we hate each other.
You don't treat me the way I treat you.
I love you, brother.
That's not love.
Not me directly. I'm just teaching.
You're speaking in general.
Speaking in general. I'm not directing this to nobody. Tom C.
The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor.
The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor. That's deep, man. When I looked up the definition of excellent, you know the Hebrew word for excellent said? It says yatir. You know what yatir means? Yatir means the righteous is more excellent than his neighbor. The righteous will seek out his neighbor. Don't mean excellent. It means to seek out, to inquire, to seek out. I ain't seen you in some years.
Right.
It's time for me to give you a call.
How you doing?
I ain't seen you in some months.
Yeah.
It's time for me to give you a call.
Yeah.
Huh? And I can't seek you out because you're in jail doing some time. So it's my job to seek out your wife.
That's right. It's yours.
Seek out your wife. Say, hey, shalom, sister. How is your Ish? Is he okay? Do we need anything?
That's right.
Go on, do it in there.
That's what love
That's his
is.
affliction.
That's what love is.
Being afflicted.
That's what love is.
That's right.
Real love.
Tom Shea.
But the way of the wicked seduceth them.
The way of the wicked seduceth them. The way of the wicked is ta'ah. Tau, ayin, hey. The way of the wicked causing them to err. The way of the wicked causing them to wander. The way of the wicked causes them to go astray. Which means you can cause people astray just by how you are. We lead people astray according to how we are. Tom, see?
The slothful man roasted not that which he took in hunting.
When I read that, that reminded me of King David. Why I say that is because Nathan the prophet used the parable to show King David his faults. He said there was a rich man that had many flocks. He said, and then this poor man had one ewe lamb. He said this ewe lamb that he had slept in his bosom, and she was raised with him from his youth. He said, then the rich man had no pity. He had no compassion, and he spared to take from his own, but he took the poor man's flock. Yeah. King David said, because that man ain't have no pity, kill him. He said, kill him. Yep. Now, flip side, that's how God thinks. Yep. That's how God thinks. When you don't have pity and compassion, you are deserving of death. You can't serve God without pity, compassion, empathy. You need those things. Right? You need those qualifications to serve God. See, serving God and fulfilling His commandments is one thing.
You need those attributes.
But you need those. What you say again, brother? You need those attributes to serve God.
Right.
You need that. That's what you need.
Qualifications.
You need those. Brother said qualifications. Right. Requirements for the job. Requirements for the job. You need those things.
Talk that. You want that job?
And so now the book said, read that verse over, it says, a slothful man roasted not that which he took in hunting. Nathan the prophet looked at King David and said, thou art the man. He said, you the man, you did that. He told him what he did. And then he told him what he did. And then the next thing that came from King David was that I have sinned.
No rebuttal, no hold on, nothing.
He have acknowledged. Acknowledgement. I messed up. Balaam said the same thing. He said, I have sinned.
He said, I have sinned.
That's right. He said, a slothful man roasted not that which he took in hunting. A deceitful man roasted not that which he took in hunting. I went out and hunt, but I ain't cooking, and I'm not roasting what I hunt. What I hunt. But the substance of the diligent man is precious. The substance of the diligent man is valuable. Huh? Proverbs chapter 12, verse 28. Tamshi.
In the way of righteousness is life.
In the way of righteousness is life. This is how you find righteousness. Huh? I said, in the way of righteousness, huh? You find life.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go to Psalms chapter 1. The way of righteousness, you find life. What is the way of righteousness? The way means what? The way, the path, the direction, the customs, traditions, the things that God considered righteous is the only way you can find life. Okay? It said, and in the pathway thereof, there is no death. Wait a minute. That's the key.
The path of righteousness.
If I continue to walk in the path of righteousness,
There is no death.
he said, there is no path. There is no death. Walking in the path of righteousness.
Make it clear.
But we all got to die.
Yes.
So what that mean? That's not no metaphor, people. That's not a metaphor.
No, it's not.
There is a reward to those that have dedicated themselves and sacrificed themselves for the purpose of serving God. So there's a reward that comes with that. That's what the book says.
12.
That's what the book says. Psalms chapter 1.
Whoso loveth instruction, loveth knowledge.
Psalms chapter 1.
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly.
Okay. Blessed is the man. Huh? I said, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. The Hebrew word for blessed is ashereh. Ashereh means to gain favor. You will only gain favor in the eyes of God by not walking in the counsel of the ungodly. What does it mean to walk in the counsel of the ungodly? Now, in the Hebrew, it says, Lo halak. Lo halak ba'azet reshaim. Don't walk in the counsel of the ungodly. How do you walk in the counsel? How do you walk in the counsel of the ungodly? It said, walking not in the counsel of the ungodly by
Yes.
what?
The
Not
standard-
by not to be influenced by advices, by their opinions,
influence.
or values of those who are morally corrupted, never following the ways of those who disregard God's laws and principles.
Don't take their advice.
To walk not is an active choice of not following a particular path or way of life. Counsel means advice. Counsel also means guidance, which means don't allow an evil and wicked person to guide you, because they're going to guide you according to their mindset and not according to what God says.
Right.
So when a person's mind is not towards God, his or her ideas or beliefs or advice will be according to their heathenistic mindset, not according to the standards of God. Thomas, read that verse over.
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly.
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the Rishaim. Rishaim means the ungodly. Rishaim means to be guilty. Rishaim also means to be wicked. Tom C.
Nor standeth in the way of sinners.
Nor standing in the way of sinners. To stand in the way of sinners means to agree with their ways. To stand in the way of sinners means to participate in their
You
ways.
stand with them.
Huh? Be careful with agreeing and participating in or aligning yourself with the actions
Agreed.
or lifestyle of those who habitually disobey God's laws. How do you align yourself? Aligning yourself means adjusting your own behavior.
Right.
Aligning yourself means adjusting your actions, to match what God says. You adjust your actions, your behavior, your mentality, and how you think to match what God says. To match what God says. Tom Sheik.
Nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful.
Nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. You know what it says? For nor sitteth in deceit of the scornful. B'moshab letzim lo yashab. B'moshab letzim lo yashab. You should not dwell or sit in the habitation or the assembly of scorners. I said you should not sit, and this is why King David was very careful with where he sat. King David was very careful with who he ate with. You know why I say that? Because in Psalms 26, it said, judge me, O Lord. The man is asking God to judge him. And then he said, judge me, O Lord, for I have walked in my integrity. We can't say that. Certain songs we can't even say. I said certain songs we can't even face the east and bow down and mention some of these songs. Why? Because I'm not walking in my integrity before God. So you got to pick and choose what song to say. Because it doesn't fit your description. It doesn't fit your character. It doesn't fit who you are. Pick the ones that fit you. Oh Lord God, I am a deceitful soul, and I have eaten the things that is ungodly and unclean. Sometimes I choose what I want to do, and sometimes I choose what I don't want to do. Oh Lord God, strengthen me so that I may follow your laws. That's what we gotta say. That's what we gotta say. Because certain words that I read here, we can't say.
You can't make those statements.
Can't make certain statements. He said, judge me, O Lord, for I have walked in my integrity.
For his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night.
In his law doth he meditate day and night. You know what it means to meditate in the laws of God day and night? When I go to bed, that's what I'm thinking on. When I lay down, that's what I'm thinking on. When I speak, that's what I'm speaking. Those are my words.
That's what your mind.
My mind is on getting myself better and improving with God.
That's meditation.
Go ahead. He said, I have trusted also in the Lord. Therefore, I shall not slide. The word for slide, it means to slip. It means to stumble. To slip and stumble concerning the laws and the commandments of God. Then look what he said, next verse. He said, examine me, O Lord. Here we asking God. He said, examine me, O God. And when you ask God to examine you, you're asking God to put me through the trials and tribulations to prove my righteousness. Right. Test me and prove me. And you're going to see my actions that comes from you testing me. A lot of us get tested and fail. Certain situations God stirs up to see your reaction. Sometimes it ain't always that person. Sometimes God stirs that person up to see how you're going to react. Facts. Where we see that at in the book? Where? Isn't it throughout the whole book?
Stir them up. Get that energy up. That's what you're going to do.
And we fail all the time. He said, examine me, test me, try me, O Lord, and prove me. Prove my spirit. He said, prove me. Try my reins and my heart. Try my heart. Try my reigns. Try me concerning everything. And you're going to, look, King David talking. He talking.
Facts.
Your reins of your heart are guiding influences. Your reins of your heart are the things. Guiding influences are influences that turns me away and that guides me according to your desire. Now we have to realize and recognize these things. Okay, Tom Sheet.
And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water.
And he shall be like the tree planted. No, I'm sorry. Hold that verse there. I ain't finished yet. For thy loving kindness is before mine eyes, and I have walked in thy truth. Huh? What is the truth? The truth is the law.
Right.
The truth is the commandments.
Right.
The truth is these statutes, these commandments, these laws. And to say that I have walked in thy truth, a lot of us can't say that neither, because we fluctuate and we shift back and forth with God for the purpose of satisfying self. I have not sat with vain people, vain persons. Neither will I go in with dissemblers. Dissemblers are liars. Now, this is the verse I wanted to get to. I have hated the congregation of evildoers and will not sit with the wicked. He said, I won't sit. I will watch. He told God, man, I will watch who I sit with.
Right.
I will watch who I live with. So if we are not on the same path, I can't walk with you. If we are not on that same journey, I can't live with you. We have to have the same journey, the same mindset,
Same goal.
the same goal.
That's right.
And that's why certain men in the book separated themselves. Elisha separated himself.
Facts.
Elisha separated himself. Yirmiyahu, which is Elijah, separated himself. And the only one that followed after Elijah was the prophet Elisha, because he had the same mindset as Elijah. That's why when you read the book, it says like spirits attract.
Yeah.
You attract who you are. We only attract who we are as a person. When you have attracted this negative influence, now for what you have attracted, I have to search myself. What was I doing to attract this abominable being? What did I do to attract this being?
Yeah.
So that's why, let's read. Let's go back to Psalms 1, where we was at.
Psalms chapter 1, verse 3.
And
he shall be like a tree planted.
Go back to verse 1. He said, say where you at. He said, nor stand it in the way of sinners. Nor stand it in the way, nor agreeing or participating in the way or the custom of people that sin against God. Go ahead. Nor sitting in the seat of the scornful. I read in the Psalms, I read in the Proverbs, he said, correction. No, not that. But correction shows love.
Yes.
That's the definition of correction in the book.
Okay.
And if you read the dictionary, it's not going to give you that.
Right.
Correction is the highest form of love from God and man.
Hashem.
And rebuke is the path of life.
Hashem.
If you can't accept rebuke, you are out of the way of life.
Hashem.
You are out of the path of life. Which means only a person that can accept rebuke and correction, that type of person is a person that acknowledges or is able to acknowledge his fault.
That's right.
That is able to acknowledge his fault, and he will self-reflect and dig deep into himself. Now, what is a scorner? Nor sit in the seat of a scorner. A scorner is an opinionated person. I said a scorner is an opinionated person who resents correction. You know why? You can tell the scorner when you're being corrected, you got a lot to say. You got a lot to say. You're a scorner. Sometimes you got to bite your tongue. All the time you got to bite your tongue. Whoop. That's the best thing to do.
That way you go honky.
That's right. Despises authority. I said a scorner despises authority.
Well, nobody tells them.
A scorner despises protocol. You have not realized that I'm not in this position to move and say what I'm moving and saying. The 12 sons of Israel respected protocol. Jacob, 12 sons respected that. Notice that none of his brethren, none of the 11 brethren approached Reuben concerning what he did with Bilhah. Not Joseph. He ain't did nothing to Joseph. The man was trying to return. He was trying to save Joseph and turn him back to his father. But when he came back to the pit, Joseph is gone. Midianites done passed through, snatched them up and sold them into the Israelites, and the Israelites sold them into Egypt. Nobody knew where Joseph was for years. Over 10 years. Over 13 years. Remember, he did 13 years in the dungeon. So it's over 13 years that his father thought that he was dead. And he was grieved until he seen his son. He said, now I need to die. I can go now. Because Joseph was his son, man. And that was his favorite. That was his man. When they went to get food from Pharaoh, Reuben said to his brethren, I said, Reuben said to his brothers, he said, this is happening to us because of how we dealt with Joseph.
13 years.
Now we understand the mentality of the godly. What you do is never erased. How you move is never erased. I always dwell on that, and I have to remember where I came from. Where I came from, and the things that I was doing in my past before I got here. And these are the things that's going to keep you humble with humility. But we don't move like that. We don't think like that. I said we don't move and we don't think like that. The book teaches us how to think and how to move. The book teaches us how to think and how to move. And if you don't think and move the way our forefathers moved, we all Israel have work to do with yourself. Because before you die, I have to be them. Before I die, I have to be them. Before I die, God have to say that, nah, this guy here has improved. He changed. I have accepted him. But I would never know that until I die. I said I would never know that until I die. Abraham didn't know that he was beloved of God. Abraham didn't know he was beloved of God because God ain't tell him he was beloved.
That's right.
It's facts. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy is spoken by the mouth of God. So when we say things contrary to what those 5 books says.
Okay.
First, you're contradicting God.
Yeah.
And we go around and call Eve a liar. But I ain't reading here where God called her a liar.
Okay.
But she did lie, man. You ain't scared. You're not afraid to speak against the godly men and the godly women in this book. Why are you so rash with your lips to speak such unjust words?
Right.
Love it.
Ungodly words. And we have to realize that Eve messed up in her innocence.
Yeah.
She was innocent.
Yeah.
She was tricked. She was beguiled.
That's what it says. That's what it says.
She said.
And how was she able to be beguiled and tricked? It's because she didn't know tricks.
Right.
She didn't know lies.
How can she lie if she don't know what lying is?
Right. Yep.
You know when she knew what lying was? When she ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. See, when you're innocent and simple, you're able to trick a person and scheme on people.
They're green. Yeah.
And because a person is green, the righteousness in you will be able to acknowledge that this person is green.
They don't know.
And I'm not going to take advantage of you because you don't know.
Yep.
That's what people do. People do that.
Righteousness is large. It's a
Yeah.
very large spectrum.
That's right.
It's a very large spectrum.
It's a large area to cover.
Very large spectrum to cover. This is why you die trying to cover these things. This is your life, and this is your path, and this is your journey to live your life to live your life in covering the ways and the aspects and the traditions that God said is godly.
Not your own way.
Not your own way. Not your own way. Tom G.
Psalms chapter 1, verse 3.
Uh-huh.
And he
No,
shall,
hold up. I'm sorry. He said, but his delight, read verse 2.
verse 2.
Uh-huh.
But his delight is in the law of the Lord.
Wait a minute. His delight is in the law of the Lord. His pleasure is in the law of the Lord. His desire is within the laws of God. These are things that what he longs in. So when your desire is in the laws of the Lord, and then it says, and in his law does he meditate day and night. When you delight in the laws of God, it's about finding deep satisfaction and pleasure in God.
Yes.
I say it's about finding deep satisfaction and delight in God, in God's commandments, in teachings, and expressed through a desire of understanding, obey, and meditate on God. Verse 3.
And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of
And
water.
he shall be like the tree that is planted by the rivers of water. It ain't talking about a tree.
Comparing.
It's comparing. This is a metaphor. It's speaking about something. It says that the man, it says, let me go back to the verse. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. It's talking about a godly man. Right? And this godly man shall be like the tree that is planted by the rivers of water.
Right.
Right? Which means, go ahead.
That bringeth forth his fruit in his season.
And what comes from this godly man is his seed, his children, just like fruits that comes from the tree.
His leaf also shall not wither.
His leaf also shall not wither.
And whatsoever he doeth shall prosper.
What comes from a tree? Leaves, fruits. What comes from man? Children. According to your godliness with God will determine whether the seeds determine the path and the direction that your children take. You know why I say that? Because God said, I will visit the sins of the fathers upon the children. I will remember the sins of the fathers upon the children. I will command the sins of the fathers upon the children. So God said, I will command my sins, my faults, my iniquities upon my kids, which means he's going to visit what I do upon my children. Tom She.
But ungodly are not so. But I like to
The
chat.
ungodly are not so. In the Hebrew, it says, Lo Cain Hadeshayim. The ungodly is not so. In the Hebrew, it says, Lo Cain Hadeshayim. Lo Cain. It means the ungodly is not honest. The ungodly is not just. The ungodly is not upright. So when I'm not just dealing with you, you ungodly. When I'm able to do things that I don't like done to myself, you ungodly. When you are not honest and you're a deceiver, you're ungodly. That's what the word means. And the book shows us and tells us who we are. I said the book shows us and tells us who we are. It's up to you to acknowledge it and wake up to be able to see. Tom She.
The ungodly are not so. But I like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous.
Therefore, the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment.
There is a
What
judgment.
do I mean by judgment?
It ain't here.
The ungodly shall not stand in the judgment. We don't know that we will be judged according to the things that we do. Huh?
Our actions, that's right.
You don't know that God judges us according to our actions. Huh? He said the ungodly, therefore the ungodly shall not stand in judgment. Nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous. God knows your ways. God knows your ways. God knows your ways. The only ways that God knows are people that have made their mind up to do these laws.
Come on. Come on.
And that's what is considered to be righteous. We can't read the law and then disagree with what it says.
That's what happens.
And that's what people do.
Yup.
We read the book and disagree with what the book says.
What we want to do against.
And we go against to what the book says.
Yup.
We're ungodly, man. We are ungodly. He said, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. Genesis, I'm going to say this. You know why? Because we are a mingled people. We are a people that has been mingled and mixed
Well mixed.
all over the world.
Everybody.
So an Israelite cannot be determined according to your color.
No.
I said an Israelite cannot be determined according to your complexion.
And the least green will be forgotten. That's right.
Why I say that?
Fact.
Why I say that? Because we tend to teach people that this is a black nation when it's not. Esau
Talk about
was
it.
red and hairy.
Come on.
Esau is Jacob's brother.
Facts.
And God told us not to hate Esau
He's our brother.
because he's our brother. When they use red and hairy, it says Edom.
Okay.
And when I read in 1 Samuel chapter 16, it says that King David was ruddy.
That's right.
And when I looked up the definition of ruddy, it says Edom. I read in the Song of Solomon where it stated that King Solomon was Zak, which means clear, wear admoni or adon, clear and white. So we cannot determine who is Hebrew or Israelite by your complexion. Genesis in the beginning is about God creating everything. God created everything just by his command. Protons and atoms was only added for the non-believers. Yeah, it's true.
Scientific.
For the people that want to follow what God said in a scientific lens.
Yeah.
For the heathens and for the people that don't know who God is. So he added the it's the only way for me to cause you to believe this. So that's why I added little protons, and then people find it, and now people say, "Oh, that's the Big Bang was this." Well, okay, yeah, but I don't need none of that because I know God created the earth just by the power of His word, just by Him voicing it, by letting it be light, and there was light. Just by God said He separate the light from the darkness with a firmament, with an expansion, with a space. That protons and atoms ain't for me.
You don't need that much explanation.
I don't need that. I don't need that. I know God created the earth just by Him voicing it.
That's it.
Huh? Where it came from and how long ago it happened. All human beings descends from two people, Adam and Eve.
Facts.
I said Adam and Eve.
That's it.
1,600 years after was a global flood. Huh?
Facts.
Where only 8 people survived, who was Noah and his family. That's it. A few generations after was the building of the Tower of Babel. Now, the purpose of the building of the Tower of Babel, Babel meaning confusion, to confuse. This was in Babylon.
Yeah.
Now, God scattered and confused their language because they was building this tower to reach the heavens. Huh? Who was the head of this expedition? Nimrod.
He was the king at that time.
Nimrod. He was the beginning of the 3-in-1. He is the beginning of Christianity. He is the beginning of the Trinity. Nimrod impregnated his mother, and she conceived Tammuz. In other words, also known as JC.
Paganism.
And every nation has a JC with them.
Every nation.
Every nation.
Immaculate conception.
Why? Because Nimrod was teaching the people sun worship. And when God confused their language, they all took sun worship with them.
They took that mindset.
They took that mindset with them.
Worship the sun.
That's why every religion begins with sun worship.
All religions stem from sun worship.
The Tower of Babel is in the middle. And all people migrated from that location. So now we have to ask ourselves, where do race come from? Where do race come from? Science proved that your child inherits 50% of the DNA of each of your parents. Means what? This is why it's very important with who you have children with. Because your child that is born can be born with some of those negative traits in them. Right? Means you have 12.5% from your grandparents, 6.25% from your great-grandmother, and the percentage get lesser and lesser as you go back.
Get less traits.
Know what that means there? There is no pure seed of no nation today.
Thank you.
There is no pure nation of no nation today because the mixing been started from back here. Before the slave trade. The mixing started from in the book. We are the pure seed of these. No, we ain't. Stop telling the people lies and tell the people the truth. This is why we have to really be careful with ourselves and push for God so hard so that we can be accepted of him. Because we are in the situation today. This is why God was against mingling the holy seed. Because every generation you get less DNA from your ancestors. The conflict of race has no genetic basis, but the genes that explain the phenotypic. Phenotypic is the way things look, right? Differences between population only represents a tiny part of our genes. Hear that? A tiny part of our genes. A small portion. Confirming that the concept of race from a genetic standpoint is abolished. Right? DNA technology proves that there aren't much differences from people across the world. Adam and Eve was not white. That skin color is a mutation of broken gene that cannot put out, that is unable to produce melanin. If people are so different, you wouldn't be able to have organ transplants. So I'm going to give you an example of what I read in this book. 2 guys. One guy was black, one guy was white. One needed a kidney transplant. They got tested and was found a match. Now, how can you have tissue transplant between 2 different people? That, or everybody has gotten what was bought.
Definitely.
And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
If you have any questions, ask your questions. If you have any questions, ask your questions now. We can't be dealing with people according to our complexion and how we look. God is against those things. God is against that. It's against that. We don't have any more questions. I'm going to shut it down. Close it out.
Shalom. Baruch Shemo. Baruch Shemo.
Shalom.
Come on now.